follow the 3 easy steps. Remember, you can live anywhere in the world, and with virtual lessons, I can help you. Look forward to seeing your videos.
That'll do it.
Mark Baker here. Are you struggling with your game?
Thank you.
Do you need another set of eyes? Is there that one thing in your game you just can't fix? Please let me help you. Go to markbakerbowling.com.
Yo, how you doing, Chris? All right, brother. Good to see you, man. How's everything? Hey, Leo. All right, Leo. Hello again, everybody, live from Lightning Strikes Bowl in Fort Myers, Florida. We'd like to welcome all of you today to the Heinz 57 Triples event. This is a new event that started a few months ago. It's a very popular event. A man, a woman, and a senior are bowling today. 3 bowlers a team. There is 38 teams. Wow. And we got a lot of fun in store for you today. There will be a cut. We'll show you the cut. The bowlers bowl 5 games, and then we make the cut. And it is an exciting event. A lot of husbands, wives, family, friends, mothers, sons, fathers, sons, mothers, daughters, and a great family event here at Lightning Strikes. I'm Larry LICHSTEIN. I will be your host. An exciting day yesterday. The young man from Port Charlotte really put on a show. Richie Oliveira winning the $500, and all of us were marveling at the power and the impact speed of his ball. It was hitting the pins at about 23 miles an hour. It sounded like an explosion. The strongest messengers I have ever seen in this house. The young man was thrilled, made 500, posted some nice things on our chat. So we want to congratulate him. He had a lot of friends watching from up north. Great to see the young man get into the winner's circle. And what a week we have in store for all of you. Keep in mind, we live stream Tuesday and Wednesday night, the Audi League Tuesday night, Wednesday the Oaks Farms. Then our big scratch event this weekend, the 4-game sweeper Friday night on a dual pattern shot. Saturday, the $5,000 first place Eddie Foods Open, and Sunday, Ray Stevens, Mary Berners 9-pin no-tap event, a very popular event here at Lightning Strike. So today, Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 6 of the next 8 days, we will be live streaming. Keep in mind, Tuesday night, Wednesday night at 6:30, next Friday night at 6:30, Saturday 12:30, Sunday 1:30. So mark those times down. Thank all of you again for joining us. We'll show you our split screen here. These are the cameras we'll be watching today in this event. Bowlers do start today on lanes 3 and 4. Our cameras only go to 9 and 10. Keep in mind, new cameras coming in this week. So hopefully our live streams will now be covering all the pairs that we use starting next weekend. We're hoping that happens. And of course, we'll find out as the week goes on. As you can see, the house starting to fill up. Bowlers checking in at the bracket table. There's Lisa Ward, Ricky Ward's wife, John Rakoski, the True Amateur Challenge champion 2 times in Las Vegas. Another big crowd here. Place filling up. Another great day of bowling at Lightning Strikes. Again, a thrilling day yesterday watching that young man, Rick Doyle, on Steve Wilson, Gilbert Willett, Dean Abbott. Welcome aboard, everybody. Thank you for joining us here in Southwest Florida as we roll again another day of competition at Robert Eddy's Lightning Strikes. Should be a fun day, big scores, and we're looking forward to today's live stream with all of you. This will be a long live stream today. It could be 5 hours or more. So we'll see what happens as the day winds on. Got some very good bowlers in here. Chrissy Stewart bowling today with her son Brad Stewart. Mother and son who are both professionals in their lives. Of course, John Rakoski bowling with his wife. Got some very strong teams. Kevin and Lori Day, Joey Alexander, that'll be a good team. As I read the names here, and usually some sleepers, I think the Lisa Ward, Mike Smith, James Oswald team might be a sleeper today. Chrissy Stewart, Brad Stewart, Jairo Hernandez, that will be a very strong team. Elaine Madugno, Mark Madugno, Ray Sansavoy all bowled very well here. Lori Taylor, Preston Willis, and John Rad, also a very strong team in today's competition. May Stevens bowling with Billy Seymour and Ray Stevens, a strong team there, folks. So we'll see what happens. Carissa Robeson, Dave Covington, and John Rakowski. That is a monster team. We'll be watching them. Jess Herbach, Chris Keene, and Jerry Michalanic. A very strong team. Chris Keene, the two-time Dick Weber Sportsmanship Award winner, the owner of Lehigh Lanes Bowling here today. Strong teams. A lot of action. Another fun day here at Lightning Strikes. Great to be with all of you as a busy week now getting ready. Come Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, lots of action and big money next weekend. 5,000 first place. There could be 100, 150 brackets next weekend. It's a 6-gamer, a dual pattern event. And then, of course, we're going to cut to the top 16 bowlers who will bowl 2 games. Total pinfall. Then there will be 8 winners, 4 winners, 2 winners. And the 2 winners bowling for $5,000 will bowl a 3-game match. Very exciting. Can't wait for that. Again, we want to thank all of you so much for being with us here in Southwest Florida on another great day here at Lightning Strikes. Bowlers coming in, getting ready. ID. You can always see the enthusiasm here. Very easy to read for me. A lot of friends, but very serious bowlers. This is a mini tour for them. They've got tournament action here, tournament at Lehigh, tournaments at the Bowland, Cape Coral. So there's 3 bowling centers within 25 miles of one another or so that are running weekend events literally every Saturday, every Sunday. So these bowlers have action, and you can tell they're serious. They got a lot of equipment. They're always drilling equipment. This is their hobby. This is the way they spend their recreational dollar, and we're glad they're here with us today. We were here yesterday, and what a week we have in store. Keep in mind the senior tour here, April 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th. The Audi Pro-Am that Saturday. We're up to 100 entries now in the Audi Pro-Am. $5,000 guaranteed prize fund by Audi of Fort Myers and Dave Forbes. Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday. Sunday, Monday's qualifying. Tuesday's match play for that senior event will be live streamed by Flow Bowling. They are great. They start Sunday morning with all the live streaming for that event. I will live stream Saturday during our Pro-Am with a lot of interviews, and we're going to have an auction for Johnny Petraglia's charity, and Dave Forbes giving $5,000 to Johnny Petraglia's charity to Vietnam veterans. Dave Forbes' dad was in the services during the Vietnam War, and David, an avid bowler who was very adamant about his love for Vietnam charities and insisted on giving $5,000 to the Johnny Petraglia charity Saturday, April 10th. So we're going to have all of you watching that. It's going to be thrilling. We're also going to have a live auction going on. I've got some stuff I'm bringing in. Joe Panko has some beautiful pictures autographed of Arnold Palmer, Lee Trevino, that he has donated. Imagine getting an autographed picture of the legend Arnold Palmer, and your name will go in as the buyer, and Johnny Petraglia and your name will go in to that charity as the donators. And I've got some stuff I'm digging up. Starting this week, I'm digging up some old newspaper clippings that are 50 years old of myself and Johnny. We're going to autograph them, and we're going to have them available for the auction. Trying to get $10,000 raised. We don't know. That's a big number. We know we got 5. 10 might be iffy. But whatever we get, it's going to a great cause on behalf of bowling, Dave Forbes, Audi, Lightning Strikes, the bowlers of Southwest Florida, all ponying up for the great Johnny Petraglia and his charity. He will be bowling that event. So will be Pete Weber, Chris Barnes, Bobby Lernham, Leno Monticelli, Tom Baker, Jason Couch, what a field we'll have here. Parker Bone, Tom Hess, and many legendary seniors from all around the United States over the age of 50. Keep in mind, this is their inaugural event of the 2021 season, so we are very, very excited. Scott Perkins liked yesterday's event. That young boy, Oliveira, I'll tell you one thing right now. If we had a sound meter on that ball hitting the pins, there was a sound. The only time I ever heard a sound like that in my life was Mark Roth's ball and Oskew's. Oskew's and Roth in his heyday had a ball that sounded like that when it hit the pins. But the kids' messengers yesterday, and very evident in this house, I have never seen messengers in this house like he got. Not even close. Not even close. And we got some pretty big hitters in here in all our leagues. It was amazing to watch the pins on the light hit yesterday. The young man was thrilled. It was his first win, and we were thrilled for him. Having a day that he'll never forget, I'm sure, a day he won his first bowling event. And the place filling up. Lots of people here getting ready to bowl that Lightning. This house purchased by Robert Eddy in about 11 days. April 1st of 2019, he bought this house. It was foreclosed on and falling apart, I might add. And take a look now how beautiful it is in our concourse area with brand new carpeting and brand new tables that the bowlers sit at while they're eating, and in there. Concourse tables are beautiful. Look at this side of the house here. Walls done, ceilings done. Cubica scoring in. Our bowlers area, all new floors, all new seating. Cubica touchless screens. And my little booth here where I'm weighing. And this might be the last live stream for my booth. The new booth gets started on tomorrow. Hopefully next weekend we will unveil that. I spoke to Joe Panko, Paul Phillips, 2 days ago. Not feeling well, running a fever. I did not speak to him yesterday. I did speak to him Friday. He's got a fever and not feeling well, and I'm letting him rest. I know you all wish him well. I'll probably give him a call tomorrow, see how he's doing. Running about 101, 102, not feeling good. So our prayers go out to Joe and his wife. Hopefully it's just a bug of some sort. And again, quite a crew here again today. 108 bowlers getting ready to rock and roll. Yes, this booth is real big, Scott Perkins. I could actually move in. I'm not joking. It's 13 feet long, 5 feet deep. It's 2.5 feet above the ground. So when you walk in, you go up a few steps. You can barely see it. I'm going to tilt the camera a little bit. Hold on a minute. It's that white booth next to the aqua machine. It slides out of that wall. It's 5 feet deep. You'll see a handle there to the right on it, and you pull it out. It's on wheels, and it weighs about a ton. It looks like it feels like it weighs a couple thousand pounds, and it takes two people to pull it out. There's 5 chairs in it, where when I sit down and interview bowlers now, there'll be a camera out facing us where I can have literally 4 bowlers with me, a complete team, and interview the team on microphones on what we call our team cam. And can't wait to have that thing working. It's going to be wrapped by Budweiser. Budweiser bought the advertising. It's going to be called the Bud Booth. And of course, we'll hopefully be up and running next weekend for the Eddie Foods event. And it's going to be a lot of fun for all of us. Keep in mind, Robert Eddy just not stopping when it comes to his remodeling and changing the way bowling is perceived in Southwest Florida. This is a tournament house, a league house. Yes, of course, we have glow bowl and open bowling, but we specialize, quite frankly, in letting our serious bowlers know that this staff and our owner want them to have the best day we can possibly give them in the world of bowling. How are you? Nice to see you. How's everything? That should have went. That was a great ball, so when they're in the pocket. Oh, that should have went. He's getting good, you know. He's becoming a good bowler. He's working hard. He works hard. He's a good bowler. I'm talking to John Rad's wife, who bowled 299 yesterday and threw 3 pins into the 7-pin, and it wobbled and it didn't go. It would have been his first 300. But as you can see, the tables in here really set up for a nice afternoon or evening of relaxation and fun where you can really spread out. That's the best part to me about the bowling center is our concourse. Our concourse is so much fun for us simply because there's a lot of room, as you can see. It's just wonderful to have that room, and very cozy. I have nothing. Anyways, another great day here at Lightning. Duncan Katanikon from Scotland, welcome aboard. Got a nice group with us already. Thank you all for joining us today. Another day here in Southwest Florida. I don't know. I know nothing. I don't have her number. There's the baby getting held, the Stewart baby. Ooh, looks tired today with Grandma there. And a great-grandma, looks like. A couple of grandmas maybe, what do you think? All watching the baby. John Rad is a great guy, Scott Perkins. And very popular here. Loves his Southwest Florida home. There's John right there checking in. That was a heck of a 299 he bowled yesterday. He was right there. Really good shot. We call him John Rad because it's impossible to pronounce his name. It's the perfect short name, Rad. And if you try to get it all in, there's R-A-D-Z-I-S-Z-E-W-S-K-I, John Radzewski. I'd rather call him Rad myself. A little easier. Try to say Radzewski 10 times fast. Radzewski. Very tough name. Anyways, getting ready today for this new event. This is our third one now. We've drawn over 100 every time, so it's obvious the triples events work. A man, a woman, a senior. One bowler over the age of 50 can be a man or a woman, and your 2 bowlers below, whatever. They can average 220, 140, as long as one's a man, one's a woman, and one is a senior. So we'll be ready to go shortly. Our splits coming in here. And little by little, we're ready to roll here at Lightning Strikes. See the league over here to the right. They'll be finishing up pretty soon. I love our concourses when they start to fill up. See all the people in line getting ready to Mary's table there. Let me just move that a little bit. Got to check in 110 bowlers. That line's been going on now for about an hour. Check-in started really at about 1:45, 12:30. As you can see, they just keep coming in. A serious group here in Southwest Florida. They take their bowling very seriously. Well, Tommy Angelo Rea, that boy yesterday, I'll tell you what, that was fun. I've been around a little bit. I'm not a rookie. People that know me know I've been involved at the highest level of bowling since the middle 60s. I have not seen anything quite like that in Southwest Florida. I have seen some flamethrowers with high revs, but that boy yesterday on those half-pocket hits, those pins felt like balsa wood. It was fun to watch. He was, I'm sure, very thrilled, very pumped up when we watched him. And that's what it's all about. You know, that's what we try to do here. And, of course, all proprietors do. We want our bowlers to have a day they've never forgotten in their lives, that they'll cherish. And I'm sure Richie will never forget yesterday. Had a lot of friends watching him, high-fiving him. It's fun to win. I'm going to move that other concourse camera again back, folks, so bear with me. Preston Willis, who really ran into a buzzsaw yesterday in that last match against Richie right there. Preston bowled great all day, but didn't have enough. Hey, how are you doing? What's going on? How are you?
I have a team that is in need of a female bowler today. They're a female bowler and an emergency.
Hold on a minute, ladies and gentlemen. I got to go stare at this guy here.
Today, and you have your bowling stuff with you and you'd like to compete. Could you please come up to the registration desk? Because we have a spot for you. If you want.
Hey Mary, I identify as a female, you can't leave it.
I'll be right with you, folks. Just bear with me. Oh, come on. It's 50 years ago. My buddy. A lot of card games at Big Jack's.
Thanks, Larry.
All right, good to see you. All right, folks, I had to go see a guy that I hadn't seen in 35 years. Sorry for leaving you for a moment. But this is a man I bowled with in the 60s who was down here at his brother's place playing some golf, naturally. Why would he want to be in Connecticut right now? And I just said hello to him, so sorry for abandoning you. And Richie, congratulations. It was really fun watching you bowl, young man. You should be very proud. You were exciting to watch. And I hope you remember yesterday for the rest of your life as a great day. I've had a few of them in my life, and every one of them are so important to me. I haven't won a tournament since 2002. I won a SASBA at Don Carter Lanes in Lake Worth, Florida. Averaged 248 for 20 games and won, and ran away and hit. It's the only time in my life I had a big lead going into the last two games where I couldn't choke it off. It was carryover pins. It's the last tournament I ever won, and I savor it. I was 53 when I won it. This summer is 19 years ago. But I remember that day, and it's one I'll never forget. And Mary's getting ready here now to start up the action. As you can see, we got a good crowd in here today for a Sunday. Rye Kanapikon, welcome aboard, Rye. Cooper Gates is on. Hi, Cooper. Sorry I repeated myself 30 times yesterday, Cooper. I thought about that with that score. I lost track of what I was saying, and sometimes I get excited and I repeat myself. I don't know if it's old age, stupidity, nerves, I don't know what, but I didn't mean to go over and over Richie Oliveira's score like I did, but should have had a calculator is what I should have had. I would have done it once. Anyways, great to be with all of you. Well, Richie, look at the nice words of Richie Oliveira, folks, on our live chat. Richie, that is so nice. Well, that's what it's all about. You know, all of us, everybody in this bowling center today is here to win. They're not here to finish second. The old saying, the thrill of victory, and you had it yesterday, and that's what makes tournament play at the local level so wonderful. A lot of people don't have a chance to travel and leave the state, and some go to Reno and Vegas for the USBC. Some might venture elsewhere, but most of the people here bowl local events, and this is a way for them to enjoy their weekends, be competitive, be with friends, family, friends on Facebook, viewers, husbands, wives, league players, and of course our owner Robert Eddy has done so much for the morale of the bowlers in this region, and me. You know, I enjoy this. This is something that's very important to me in my life. I don't know how much longer I can do it. I'll try, but I know right now it's a way to live and do what I do.
How you doing today, boss?
Good. What are you doing?
Nothing.
What's going on? Bowling with your mom today?
And Iro, yeah.
All right.
You'll get extra coverage for us today. We haven't made the cut yet.
I'll get coverage. You'll get coverage. Brad bowling with Chrissy is always exciting because if him and Chrissy get going, they can light him up, him and his mother. Be kind of interesting. It wouldn't surprise me a bit that there was a little 520 in there scratch between Chrissy and Brad. A couple of 260s, 250, 260. Chrissy right there getting ready. Gary Fox on. Hello, Gary Fox. Welcome aboard. Richard Rump rooting for the Miami crew. We always get a very nice group over here from the East Coast. Honored, quite frankly, that the bowlers take that ride. I did not bowl good in Miami in my career. It dawned on me a few weeks ago that I bowled the PBA Winter Tour 70, 71, 72, 73, 74. My 5 PBA Winter Tour stops in Miami. My total winnings for 5 years of bowling the winter PBA stops in Miami was $50. That's $10 a year. Very underpaid, I might add. But now I get $1 a word because Kenny Fry signed a contract with my owner. So if I ramble, I get paid. Thank you.
Next Saturday, well, actually, next Saturday it's the Eddie Food Scratch Open. First place guaranteed 5.
So now Mary Berner is going to give everybody a lecture today, so get ready. It's the Mary lecture. He explains to them what to do and what not to do, and 99% of them forget.
So if you're kind of on the wall about coming on Saturday, you're not going to come Friday and try it out. You're going to come to the sweeper, you just need to let the front desk know that you're coming, because they're keeping track of all of those, right? I have all of my clipboards with me for any of the movements that are still left to run in March, so if you're questioning whether you're on them or you want to sign up for one, you just need to let me know. Our 9-pin night tap next Sunday is full, but if you'd like to get on my alternate list, I'll be happy to put you on that. I have had several questions this morning related to this, or this afternoon related to this. As of March 1st, Lightning Strikes is using tournament averages.
Gary Fox, I drilled you a ball at Garden City in '83.
Yesterday in the handicap 5 game.
You mean I was actually sober? Boy, did I party in that bar.
You are bowling.
I would stay in there till 2, and I was in there the next morning at 7.
Not using your January 1st composite.
What a jumping place that was.
Question your average, you need to let me know. Don't let it go on to the end of the tournament if you have a question about your average, okay? Just a reminder, there's no foreign substance allowed on your shoes or on the approach. Please keep your wads and bags and your powder out of the settee area and on the back counter, please. Don't leave them in the settee area.
I finished 3rd, back-to-back PBA National Championships, 65 and 70 at Garden City Bowl, Gary. Made my first PBA telecast at Garden City Bowl in December of 1970. I lost to Mike McGrath, who then beat Dave Davis. I was 2nd. McGrath come up the ladder, beat me, and then beat Davis.
Please do not leave after the 5 games. Give us a few minutes to print out the payouts, and I will give them to the front desk. They will pay them out at the front desk after I print them out. If you are in the top 1 in 5 teams, do not leave or do not go into the line to get your money, and you will pay it out afterwards. You're going to be given
Very nice statistic about the Garden City Bowl event, Gary.
a pair of lanes per page.
My son Michael
Please just keep your pair together.
won the Verapapa there twice,
I need you guys, somebody needs to bring up the score
both
sheet
times for
so
$14,000.
sign up for your brackets and stuff, so that we can record your score after each game.
Yeah, Mary's wearing jeans today.
Score legibly so that we can read it. Today's
First time I've seen her in jeans, Scott.
After each game, you're skipping one pair.
But all these houses, when the names pop up,
Pairs, you're going down to the first.
of course, many of the houses I bowled good into my life are all gone. Garden City's still there. It's an AMF house out on Long Island.
Team cashier's position round, the top 1 and 5 teams. So we are cutting to the top 8. We have 114 bowlers here this morning. That's a great turnout. Those of you who didn't realize, I have the next handicap Heinz 57 Trio sign-up sheet on the table where you did your side cuts. If you want to go ahead and sign up, it's going to be on Saturday, June 12th. We have prior commitments going on here in April and May, so we are not running that event until June 12th. It will be moving to a Saturday so that I can have more lanes. I limited 40 lanes on that sheet right now, but I'm feeling it's going to be more like 46 to 48 teams. We just have to verify that. All right, after we go to the position round with the top 8 teams. If there's a tie above the cut line, we will look at the high team game with handicap. That will break the tie, deciding where in the seed you're going to be. If we have a tie at the cut line, we're going to do a 9th and 10th spin roll-off with the 2 teams to determine who will be going forward into the top 8. Game 6 will award 30 bonus pins for a win and 15 for a tie. Champions will be determined by the total pinfall after Game 6 is completed. So if you make it to the top 8, you're in the money. All right? I hope that you guys have fun. I enjoy running these fun tournaments, and I always have a big crowd when I do, so I hope you have a good time. I wish I was on the lanes with you. So push your check marks, go into practice. Good luck, good bowling.
All right, we're ready to roll. It's action time again at Lightning Strikes in Fort Myers. Looks like they're same as yesterday. A lot of back end the first game. See that ball really coming off the oil pretty hard, more so than we normally see. And they tamed down a little. But yesterday in game 1, we had big scores. We had a 289 and I believe a 299. Maybe the 299 came in game 2. John Rad. So we had 2 bowlers yesterday that really had a shot at it. Both bowled well. Hitting the pocket on the 11th and 12th balls. Didn't get the carry, but they hit the pocket. Got a little happy birthday going out today to Bill Bockhorn. Happy birthday, Bill. Where did we fly? Did you and I get on a plane somewhere? I got on a plane with you, and you were on it here at Fort Myers. Were we going to Reno 2010, I believe, or 11? Right in there, I think. Hey, where's Bill? If you're on today, happy birthday to you. Ray Stevens, John Rakoski, Carissa Robson, all bowling together. Avid bowlers there with Dave Covington. That's a strong team with Carissa, Rakoski, and Covington. I mean a strong team. That's a team that if they got it going, monster scores they get lined up. Taylor Gacera bowling today. And a good group. Some pretty heavy hitters. Rakoski, Gacera, Billy Seymour, Covington. I mean, these people can flat play. And Gacera looking really good. Wonderful, wonderful young man. One of my favorite people. And there he is. Tuesday Tyler's bowling today with 9 300s, 8 800s this year. Tyler Altman. And he's throwing the silver ball. Look out. There it is. Wouldn't surprise me a bit today if he lights them up. Today is it's 5 games. The top 8 make the roll-off. Game 6 will be a position round. There's no dropping of wood, so it's get 'em all. Down a low end again and watch everybody. Just come right up the line now. Move the cameras up. It seems like every week now there's a thrilling conclusion. A few weeks ago, John Huff winning, one of our locals in the PBA non-champions event, and this young man yesterday. Every weekend now we have somebody that leaves thrilled. Great to see it happen. Brandon Rucker bowling today with that silver ball. That track kinetic, quite a ball. Keep in mind our Pro-Am event sponsored by Audi on April 10th, which is a Saturday. The tournament itself sponsored by Brunswick. We have an unbelievable package for all of you locals. For $200, you get a chance to bowl in the Pro-Am with a $5,000 guaranteed prize fund, 3 days of tickets, your choice of a Web MB or a 2.0 Black Widow drilled with grips and thumb slug or thumb outer, all for $200. Right now we're nearing right at about 100 Pro-Am spots have been bought. You can also buy tables. You can buy a table for the 3 days for 5 people for 100. That's your table with your name on it. You come in and you do not have to wear a mask. In front of the tables, the bowlers do. And those chairs, bowlers have to wear masks. That's part of the PBA guidelines. So keep in mind, you want to buy a table for 3 days, have your dinner brought to you. That is a steal. 5 people can sit for 100 for 3 days. A reserved table. Well, Bill Bockhorn, I kind of thought we flew together. I remember that. Long time ago, Bill. About 10 years, I believe. I think we flew in 2010 or 11 in Reno. It's been a while now. My last USBC was 2012 in Baton Rouge. I did very well in my last 3 events, right at 1900.
Tournament bowlers to get your lanes on for score.
The 2009 event was horrible for me. I started out in a team event with 299, 123, 176 the first 2. That was very exciting for me. Just loved it. Started to cry when I got off the lanes. I shot 454. I swore I'd never bowl again. Was very unhappy. I went right to the casino and lost 1,000. It's usually when it happens. And Altman, again, just having his best season right here on lane 39 as a young bowler. 9 300s, 8 800s, including an 856 and an 867. And quite frankly, there's only one bowler that has had a better season right now in Southwest Florida. That was Mike Allshar, 5 years ago at Treasure Lanes when he set the United States high average record of 254 that year. Highest average in the country. What an unbelievable accomplishment to beat 1 million bowlers in average. So we've had our stars come out of here. Of course, Rakoski right there on 34. Olshire, Ricky Ward, Chrissy Stewart. And now the kids, the two-handers. Evan Baranecki still our intercollegiate team champion out of Weber. They didn't have the team championships last year. They might this year. If they do, then Evan will no longer be the current one of the current team champions. He's been a current team champion now for 2 bowling seasons. Watch Terry Zell. Terry Zell wheeled in 6 bowling balls today, folks. This lady here on lane 10. She wheeled in 6. And her husband wheeled in 6. They brought 12 in between them. I marvel at it when I see it. If that doesn't tell you how serious someone is, I don't know what does. When you see $3,000, $3,500 worth of equipment come in between a husband and a wife, that doesn't tell you the story. Just look at the bags. That's all you got to do. And I congratulate that when I see that, because I know they have the passion. They might not be pros. Maybe they don't have the tournament record of some of the big names, but that doesn't make any difference. It's not about that. It's about bowling together, being competitive together, enjoying their lives together. And what's a better way than bowling a tournament on a Sunday with your friends? Couldn't be any better than that. Jay Rucker bowling today right there on lane 20. Very accomplished bowler. Many 300s, many 800s. He's a player. Elaine Madugno's bowled very well in recent months with her husband and in ladies' events. Elaine and Mark did not bowl for 10 years, had 3 kids. Now all of a sudden it's time to bowl again. Laura Howard throws the ball really good right there too. Very good bowler on 22. Nice game. Excellent arm swing. Preston Willis now here on 25. One of the only bowlers to bowl 900 in the 9-pin no-tap. Only 3 bowlers have done it. And he just got a wrap 7, but it would be a strike in a month. Or actually next Sunday, excuse me. Let me find out about this handicap, Cooper. I think it's 90. It is 90 of 235. That seems to be the big equalizer. what it does is it just allows the lessers to have a very good chance to win against the more skilled players, and it's proven out that number right there, at least here in this facility, seems to work very well. Of course, in the heyday of bowling, there were so many scratch tournaments in New England when I was a kid, 65 to 71 before I got banned. Every weekend there was a scratch event. No, I never bowled handicap events. As a matter of fact, we laughed at it. You know, we laughed at handicap events back then. Just goes to show you how the game has changed. Now you have great bowlers bowling in them. But back in the 60s, that didn't happen. There was a glut of scratch players, and there was enough room for them to bowl every weekend, scratch in Connecticut, Massachusetts, Rhode Island, New York, and New Jersey. You could always find action. The game has changed so much in 50 years, and just think of how the women have improved. I mean, if you look at some of the girls today, 50 years ago it was unheard of to believe that a girl could beat the best men bowlers. And now, you know, Liz Johnson with Kelly Kulick, Jerry Edwards, Wendy McPherson, all started to win major events. It closed the gap somewhat, and the game does change. But all of us that have seen it don't mind it. The only thing I fear is the newer proprietor that doesn't want leagues and tournaments. I don't like that business plan, and I don't like what they represent, and I don't mind saying it. I'm traditional. I like leagues, tournaments, practicing, good pro shops, good equipment, lessons. And pray it won't disappear. Of course, the pandemic hasn't helped. What a job it's done on the West Coast. My God, it's just horrifying to hear it. Praying for my friends out there in business, proprietors, pro shop operators, wholesalers, general managers, employees. I hope it can bounce back. Funny how some regions got nailed and we didn't. We dodged a bullet here. I find it hard to believe, but we really did. When I hear what's going on elsewhere, we dodged a bullet somehow to this point in Florida on the West Coast. Chris Keene ripping a 7-10 right there. Mae Stevens there with that reverse roller. She is so accurate, it's amazing. It reverses and it flips over exactly when it gets off the oil every time. It's not 100% 180 backwards, but it's not forward. Let's put it that way. And then it flips over. Billy Seymour on 4 in a row, and again, he's been bowling great this year. He is our GM. Billy, really a nice man. Very friendly, congenial man. Great demeanor. I'm watching this Jillian Martin. I'm fascinated by her. A number of reasons. Number one, her age. That's obvious. But also her skill level. And anytime, hey, Leon, welcome aboard. Anytime you see a young star, Wesley Lowe, Jillian Martin, got a young boy coming out of Rhode Island, Randall Dunbar, who at 16 looks really, really good. It's fascinating. Young teenagers falling in love with the game. I hope I see a lot of that. Yes, Gilbert, I go for my next shot next Monday. I'm a little afraid of the next one. Everybody's telling me I'm going to feel like crap. So if I'm not on the air Tuesday and Wednesday next week, it will be because I have a fever or chills or both and bones aching. And if that happens, I ain't coming to work. Take my word for it. But I've got to get it done. A week from tomorrow. Just hope I don't have those side effects. And Altman, as usual, in game one. There's the plastic cannon, who was on 5 in a row and threw a bunch of pins into the 10 and nothing moved. Now Donnie Schwartz on 5 in a row. Donnie Schwartz 6 in a row. Gilbert, you get yours April 7th, huh? Oh, Brandon Rucker's awesome. State champion. Brandon Rucker is a fine, fine young man and a great bowler. Florida State Youth Champion. Wonderful, wonderful accolade there. We got some horses out of Southwest Florida for a fairly landlocked area when you think there ain't much south and there ain't much west. It's all north and east, really, and surrounded by water. But we hold our own nationally. Got some great bowlers. Have done some great things. Ricky Ward winning on tour. Chrissy Stewart being a Rookie of the Year in '94. John Rakoski winning the TAT twice. Watch Jimmy Porter, my friend out of Miami. Great world-renowned coach. Look at that stroke on Jimmy Porter. How's that look, folks? Jimmy Porter. Beautiful footwork. Coaching his friends from Miami, coming over here today with a good group. Well, Richard Rump, I hope I have the second one as good as the first one. First one, I felt a little fatigue, but I think it was also due to my work schedule and tooth issue I had previously. But I'm a little afraid of this next one. Everybody's telling me it's from hell. So we'll find out. If I'm not live streaming next Tuesday, you know why. You heard it here. That Larry is on the couch. With my kitties guarding me. Yeah, I'll be all right, Leon. That shot ain't gonna knock me out. But I'm not too good with a fever. I got to be honest with you. I don't remember. I truly don't remember the last time I had a fever. I have no idea, but it's got to be pretty close to 20 years. I don't recall a fever. I think 2002 was my last fever. Vittorio Jolion, welcome aboard, Vittorio. How'd you go 19 years without a fever? I didn't go 19 years without a flat tire. John Rad with a solid 4. Again, bowling good again today. 289 yesterday. The Rad Man out of New Jersey. Let's watch Ray San Savoy out of Woonsocket, Rhode Island. Most of his bowling at Walnut Hill Lanes and Lang's Bowlerama in Rhode Island. I went a long time without a toothache, Leon. That last one was the worst one in my life. I never, ever, ever felt anything like that. Even when I got in fights as a kid and I got punched, I didn't feel anything like that. That was excruciating pain. Yes, Rad had 299 yesterday and bowled great, ripping the rack into the 7 pin. It wobbled and did not go. We enjoy it when we watch somebody with a chance for 300. I was really hoping for him. I know how much it meant. His wife was telling me today. She's so nice. She's rooting for him. That's his fan club. And we're going right up the ladder again now. I like to go back and forth up the ladder looking for strikes. Looks like James Oswald had a good start today. Look at Brandon Rucker, the young boy right there. Chuck Rucker's son. His Uncle Jay right there on lane 20. Or great uncle. Might be great uncle. To find that out. Brandon Rucker, very, very good bowler. Yes, I don't get sick too often, Leon, I've been blessed. 2 days in my life in a hospital total. I don't have 48 hours in a hospital in my life. Although I'm not saying I didn't need some psychiatric care. Should have probably went in for a little of that. But I'm in very good health in my life. Cancer survivor. Did not need radiation or chemo. That operation was, I was in the hospital about 30 hours for my operation to remove my prostate in 2009. While I was in there, they also removed my hair. They said you may as well do both at the same time. So we got rid of the hair, the prostate, and a few other things that I don't want to talk about now. David Belenka, bowling very well this year, has posted some big scores on his Facebook page. David, an avid bowler there on 31. He hasn't missed too many Sunday events. It's amazing the weekend crew that we get. They bowl at other houses too, of course, depending on what tournament is running and where. But they don't miss any weekends. I'd honestly bet you that this core group here in Southwest Florida, the core group would average 35 Saturdays or Sundays a year, at least 35 events. I'm not joking. There's 4 houses, they could do it. Yes, they spun their bet around there. I like that. I never thought of it that way. Jimmy Porter off to a really good start. And Tyler Altman right there just missing, leaving a 10, a rare 10 pin with that entry angle and his carry in recent weeks. Very seldom do you see the 6-pin lay in the flat gutter for Altman. You saw it there. I got to him a little late, but that 6 did lay in the flat. But he's got this house flat wired. And it's a lot easier for him to strike than make a 10-pin, evidently.
This is today.
Yes.
That helps.
Yes. I'll take it. The way it does work is you have to have one female bowler, one bowler over the age of 50, and one bowler 49 and under. It's 90% of 235. Looks like scores are very good today right now. We got some telephone numbers up there. Of course, we do believe next weekend event is going to have a little mix of obviously Florida's best and some touring players that did not leave Florida after the World Series of Bowling. I have a feeling that There will be a few that have not left that will come in here. Probably didn't want to go back to the Northeast. Knew there was a big tournament here and probably loved the weather, which is a really good reason not to go to the Northeast. Wow, Preston Willis getting that 10 out and the 7. He bowled very good yesterday. He just ran into the wrong guy. But Preston really bowled well. All games over 200. Big scores for him. Average over 240 for the day. Yes, scores are on Tournament Bowl. Yes, they are. We'll have them up, hopefully, for all of you. Whoa! Where'd that 10 pin go, huh? Big James with 256 out of the chute. Next pair over, a 258, a 265. So as you can see, some good scoring today so far here at Lightning. I'm going to put the split screen on, folks. I will be right back. Bear with me. Okay, we're back after that little break. Let's go to 23 and 4 here and see what we got. Got San Savoie, looks like. shooting 279, and in front of him, a 266. So obviously, that's a big number right there, folks. That is a big number. And Sansevier crushing the rack and can go out. I'll find out about that, Leon. I do know it should be coming up, so bear with us on Tournament Bowl. I'll have some information for you. I know Mary might be getting it in right now, but she does everything on Tournament Bowl, so bear with us on that one. I'll find out for you all. Sansevier now, big numbers there. And that's a monster. Look at that score. So, in game one, over 700 with a 177. That's a wonderful thing, folks. That is a big number. That's where you want to be. You know, if you could put 2 or 3 of them in there, you got a great shot at making the cut. That's for sure. And he is a good bowler. And there it is again. Late 60s, throwing a ball pretty good. And we'll look here. Big score here is 688 on lane 11. That's a monster. All 3 bowlers over 200. So what we're looking for now before the scoring units change, some big sixes. There it is, 722. That's a nice way to get out of the chute right there. I'd love one of those. It's like 722 right now. Might be the, well, there's a 725 there. So there's 2 teams that really bowled well today. Over 7-0. There's a 707 on 37. That's for Koski's team. So right now, at least 3 teams with 700 out of the box. Of course, it is handicapped, but 700 don't hurt. That's for sure. Keep in mind, they're going to bowl 5 games. We will cut to the top 8 teams. There will be a position round game. Pins do carry over. And somewhere around 7 o'clock this evening, in about another 4 hours, we will have our next Heinz 57 championship team. And all of us very honored that we get this kind of turnout on our weekends here at our staff. We just overwhelmed with our weekend play. Yesterday and today, close to 200 bowlers. Next weekend, wouldn't surprise me, in at least at 250, 260 for entries, somewhere in there. That's big action. course, this Wednesday, all you pull up the show 10 in the Pit. That's a internet show with Brad Angelo out of the Buffalo, New York area. I will be his guest at noon Wednesday on 10 in the Pit. Brad, a New York State Hall of Famer, a PBA champion, and a proprietor, is going to have me on his show. I was on Wednesday, but the transmission was not good, so I'm going to come in here Wednesday, where we've got good internet, and do his show. He wants me to tell some Buffalo stories. I got a few. You know, each time I think of a town in my travels, I start to flash back on what happened there. Some towns, nothing happened. It was like, and there's no memory because there was nothing unique that took place. But Buffalo, there was some stories. Keep in mind, for a lot of you historians, Ali Brandt bowled 886 in 1938 in Buffalo in Lockport, New York. 297, 289, 300. It was the high three games for 59 years. And I had the privilege to meet Ali in 1974. And now Brad Angelo owns that bowling center. I believe he owns the bowling center that Ali Brandt bowled 886 in. I got to find out. I think it is, but we'll find that out Wednesday. I'm hoping that's the case, that he owns the house that Ali had 886 in. We'll find out. Brandon Rucker throwing the ball great. Boy, does he look good. That swings right by his ankle. Beautiful game. A fine, fine young man. Works here. Always nice. Very polite. Very well liked. Brad Stewart off to a slow start today with Hyro and his mother. Hyro, formerly out of Miami, left-hander. He's got 2 or 3 800s, 2 or 3 300s in his house in the last 2 seasons. Well, very well here. Yes, I saw that, Leon. I saw that. Saw it this morning. 39.44. I think the low on the team was 788, 778, something like that. That's scary. In my career, I bowled 4 of the 5 buds. Leon. I bowled Carter, Weber, Bluth, and Patterson. I did not bowl against Tom Hennessy. How's that one? By the age of 20, I had bowled against, no, the age of 20, no, 20. Bowled against Don Carter in the USBC team event for an eagle in the top 6 roll-off. 6 top teams made it and bowled for the Classic Division team event. So I bowled against Carter in a team event for a USBC eagle. Bowled against Dick Weber, Ray Bluth, and Pat Patterson in PBA match play finals in 1969 at Dick Weber Lanes in St. Louis. And Allison made that finals. I'd like to be 20 and have said you bowled Weber, Bluth, Patterson, and Allison. How's that one, folks? We talk about an honor. I can't put into words what a gift that has been to me in my life. It's just hard to explain. All charter members, all members of the Buds. Of course, Allison was a member of the Falstaffs with Harry Smith and Buzz Fazio. Allison, how about that team, the Falstaffs? Harry Smith, Glenn Allison, Buzz Fazio, I believe Carl Richards, and what a team. Now, Melissa Perez came over from Miami, and Bob Porter's been coaching her. Watch this young lady. She reminds me so much of Dottie Fothergill. Very teeny girl. Dottie Fothergill was 5 feet, 95 pounds when she won Bowler of the Year in 68 and 69 and back-to-back All-Stars. 5 feet, 95 pounds. Back-to-back ladies All-Stars. Beautiful game for Melissa. Look at that. It's a game for all sizes. And bowling with Bob right there. Here comes Bob. So Bob's her teammate. Bob coaching Melissa. Just survived all his cancer treatment. Done with his chemo. Would you believe when I met him, he weighed 350 pounds? We were talking about that a few weeks ago. He weighed 350 when I met him in Seattle. You'd never know it. The only ones I bowled from the United Kingdom against me, I did bowl Chris. I believe I bowled Chris Buck. If I didn't, I knew him. I might not have bowled Buck in a match play. I don't know. But he was the first one I knew from the United Kingdom. Whoa, ring and 10, good shot. That bowled professionally. In my day and age on tour, there was very, very few touring players from outside the United States. It was very rare, 69 to 74. In fact, I think the first touring player that actually came out, and what a touring player meant, they bowled at least 16 tournaments from 69 to 74. My God, I don't know. Maybe Graham Smith out of Australia. Might have been John Fitch out of Australia or New Zealand. Well, we're talking a long time ago. course, Kurt Schmidt came from Mars. We called him the Martian. Imagine being called the Martian. I think Don Johnson or Roy Buckley gave him that nickname, and it stuck, and he looked like a Martian. He's still with us. He works in Charlotte, North Carolina at Park Lanes. Kurt Schmidt, 3-time PBA champion, worked for me in player services. Kurt was a rather unique human being, hence the name The Martian. Scores are up. Okay, here we go. Let's see if we can get them. And there it is. The Ray Stevens team. Check that out. At 8-11. And Mark Madugno and Elaine at 7:22 with Ray Sansavoy. And as you can see, 740 is 8th with Michelanek, Ackerman, Williams, Morell, Randall, Rosie, Rucker Sr. Look at all the 700s. So obviously, after one game, look how many teams are within 50 pins. 25 within 50. 690 is 50 out. Let's go to 70. 670 is 70 out. So 30 teams right now within 70 pins of the number, or excuse me, 22 teams within 70 pins of the number. Anybody's ball game right now, one big game, you can make a big, big jump. That's obvious. Look at the brackets. Some people betting it up today. Look at those brackets. Oh my God. Some people trying to make a car payment. Look at James Oswald with 43 brackets, starting with 256. How's he like it? Wow, look at the brackets. Oh my God. That's the most I've ever seen in brackets. Potts. Donnie Schwartz with 297. 278 with 19 pins handicap. And that's it so far. We'll get back to that shortly. And someone on 21 and 2 has got a big game going. Let's go to 21 and 2 and watch that a little bit and see who's doing what. Yesterday on the live stream, without any late viewing after we got off the air, we had about 1,500 views, about 18,000 minutes watched, and I'm sure last night a lot of people watched. So again, I want to thank all of you for supporting the live stream. Oswald with 256 out of the chute, and you can tell by that look he's not too happy. 43 brackets, starts off with 256, and then look, yikes. Not good. Don't want to start with 160 in a bracket game. You can forget it. The most I ever saw in brackets in my life, one was the great Dave Ferraro, the 1990 PBA Player of the Year, in the World Team Challenge of 1997 at Bradley Bowl. There was 440 brackets. He bet them all. $20 brackets, 8,800. And the second 3-game block, 440 something brackets, $20 brackets, 8,800. 17,000 in brackets bet that day, and won about $34,000. Doubled his money. Shot 646 and 615 on that horrible shot, and won $34,000 in brackets. I never saw anything like that in my life. And here's Brandon Rucker. It's really a good shot. Bad break. That ball just sort of laid up a little. Looks like it hit a little carry down and had the 2-8 standing. Then in the 2000 Lilac Challenge in Rochester, Rudy Revs bet 220 brackets in the first, had 6-game blocks. So he bet 220 brackets. Listen to this. 267, 258, 149. And then there was 220 brackets for the second 3 games of the block. He goes 148, 267, 258. His third game and his first game knocked him out of everything. 4 games over 250 and 2 games under 150. Rudy Revs was not happy that day. He did not make the finals. He complained that the shot was easy on the left because I made it, naturally. Rudy and I had a little discussion about that. Today we maintained our friendship. His remark to me was, I'm the 20th best bowler in the world, and I just got beat by a 51-year-old lefty. And he was serious. And I looked at him very nicely and I said, you only forgot one thing, Rudy. He said, what's that, Litchie? I said, you're not the 20th best bowler in this bowling center today, now are you? And everybody roared when they heard that. There was a roar. The ceiling vibrated. He said the wrong thing to Uncle Litchie. And he did not make the finals. And there was about, 48 that did, so he wasn't 20th best that day. That's for sure. My son and I made it. Tournament was won by Jeremy Sonnenfeld, the bowler who bowled the first 900, won that Lilac Challenge in 2000 in Rochester. Jeremy Sonnenfeld. A name that will go down in history, the first sanctioned 900. All right. Harry Smith coined that phrase, Leon, in the 60s on the PBA tour. That you're only as good as your last performance. And if you were 48th in that one, then that's your last number. And that's that. And if you look at Belmonte's record this year, in the World Series of Bowling, the Tournament of Champions. He's no longer number one if you look at it that way. Not number one in money, not number one in titles this year. Right now, Tom Doherty, Kyle Troop, Francois Lavoie are all ahead of Jason Belmonte. That's the way it goes.
Doesn't matter what I throw today, I can't get nothing. He's fatigued.
See, that's a big strike for Oswald because he knows now, you know, after that big start, he puts this game out, he's going to save a lot of brackets. So right now at 43 brackets, shooting $170, you ain't going anywhere in game 2. But that triple might have been worth some money. If he gets 2 more, that's big bracket money going into game 3. Howard bowling well. She's a good bowler. Always had a nice game. Some of the ladies today, really good games. Krista Robson, Laura Howard. Watch Star right here. 3-stepper, but she's good. She's got a good roll on the ball. Watch Star. 3-stepper right there. Watch this thing flip. Oh yeah, good shot. Mr. Best now. It's not a name, Best. It's his last name. Beautiful game. Watch the game. Isn't that nice? How's that stroke? Attaboy. Beautiful. 8 in a row for him. Kenny Perenas. Caught all of that one. Got that 6 right out of there. Kenny that away. Flipped that 6-pin out of that gutter. Let's watch Coach Porter now out of Miami. Coaching at Bird Bowl. Nope, got to give it some room, Jimmy. Can't tug it up like that. Noah, Jike, Cooper, Sullivan, or Michelle. Cooper was on. I don't know where Jike is today. Maybe it's a nice day in New York and she get outside, walk around a little. Chris Keene right there, hosting a PBA regional as soon as our senior event ends, right over to Lehigh. So that means Pete Weber, Walter Ray, Parker Bone, all the greats will bowl here 11th, 12th, and 13th, Sunday, Monday, if they make the finals Tuesday, and then Wednesday, right over to Chris Keene's. About 12, 13 miles from here in the little town of Lehigh, Florida. I'm sure the people over there are going to be real happy watching. And again, it's a tight facility, not a big settee area. That place will be packed. There's no doubt in my mind it's going to be tough to walk around in there when Weber bowls and Walter Ray and Parker. Oh, that's Richard Cheney. Okay, sorry about that, Richard. Thank you for correcting me on that one, Richard. Carissa with a big strike there, carrying the team, if you'll notice now. That team's got some numbers right there. Carissa can go out for 56, the bowler behind her 48, and the next bowler 37. That's about 740 or so in the wood. So let's stay right here and watch this. This is a big game for them. A girl, Carissa, hitting it a little bit and hooking it. I like it. Moved a little left, got a little hand in it, circling the heads. A little more angle. I've not seen her do that. I like that move right there. That's where she's got to be. She's got to get in and tilt it a little more. Let that ball go long, come off that oil and flip. Rakoski's starting to throw the ball better. John's wife hadn't bowled for 10 years. She's looking better. Look at Carissa hitting that thing. Yeah. Beautiful. Carissa with 255 looking good. She's due. She's due for a win. Dave Covington right behind her. He puts it out. They got a little 503 action after 2. That's a big number. Ooh, he got a break there. That's the one that always stands. The light rip 710. That was a monster break. That game becomes 206. Now he can go off for 248. That was a 32-pin break. If he gets a strike here, those 2 pins falling at 7 and 10. A 32-pin break. If he's 7-10s, he's 206. You never know. That might be the break of the day for a win. You just never know. Rip that 10 out of there. Tomahawk 10 there. So, little 505 action. It's a wonderful thing to be 505. After 2. Let's look for Richard Cheney. I want to watch this young man bowl. He's got a beautiful game. Let me find him here. Looks like he missed there. Big scores here with Ken Buranis. Not the leadoff bowler. 159, it might have been D. All right. "64 degrees in New Hampshire? Global warming, bro. They don't get 64 degrees in New Hampshire in June. What is that? Excuse me, New Hampshire. Excuse me. New Hampshire. Well, that's a nice game there on Chris Best, huh? Beautiful footwork. Got ahead of it, weights on it. Gives us some gas. Nice to see. Okay, we're ending game 2. And Kenny B with 268. Let's move it up a little bit here, see what we got. Take a look at Rakoski, see what he's got here before the scores go. Oh, that's big there. There it was again with the Covington, Carissa, and Rakoski. That's a big number, folks. Check it out. 55, 48, 37, led by the lady. And that is a big game. That's a little 740 scratch. Again, they're not going to get a lot of handicap, not with those averages, but that's a big game. And the great Rakoski. Right now they're posting a pretty big score at 14-20, right about 7-10 a game. So we'll be watching those numbers now as we go back here and look for some big scores if we can find them. Harry, this is the Heinz 57 tournament. Handicap 90% at 235. Need a bowler over the age of 50, a bowler under the age of 50, and a senior, or excuse me, take that back. One female bowler, one bowler over the age of 50, one bowler under the age of 50. Got to have at least one lady on the team. This is Mary Berner's third event, and this has become popular right off the bat. This thing fills, it literally fills the day it ends. I'm not joking. What I find fascinating about it is we had discussed it about a year ago. we really didn't know what to do. And what happened was we weren't too happy with some of the entries. So she just wrote it up. And the first week, 40 three-bowler teams. And after that, they signed up immediately because they don't want to get shut out the next month. It was like they loved it. It took them 1 day to love it. And the only reason we don't go across the house is we got a league on Sunday that bowls down there. Or there's no doubt in my mind, we would have 53 bowler teams. We would have no doubt in my mind, we'd have 150 bowlers bowling. We'd fill. Most we could get is 38. And if you'll notice down the low end, Pro Shop's still open with Mark in there today. Yesterday the Pro Shop was non-stop. Ricky Ward had an envelope of cash. It looked like the Manhattan phone book. I mean, the envelope was bulging. I noticed that immediately. I wanted to take the envelope when he wasn't looking, but I didn't have the guts. I didn't want the bulldog to get mad at me and bite me. Oh yeah, Butch, Ricky's working with Lisa. Ricky and Lisa are lifers. Lisa didn't bowl for 10 years. And, she sold some equipment. Rick's changed her grip, watched her bowl. She's come in the afternoons and practiced. Being that Ricky's working here, I think it's kind of neat that her and Ricky have a little chemistry on the lanes now again. It's nice to see. Couldn't get a better coach than him, I'll tell you what. That's a nice game there for Remy Weinhardt. How good she throws it. Some good bowlers here. Scores will be coming in shortly for game 2. Keep in mind, 3 to go and then the roll-off game. Let's watch Chrissy Stewart now. Her son and Hyro, all starting with doubles, and that's a team that could light them up. They get it going. I mean, they got a 750 in them in a heartbeat. And Chrissy could carry them both, believe me. She'd give them 279 as good as anyone in the house. I mean, she always in the pocket. If anything's going to happen, going to break a little late, leave a 10. There it is. Just see, not a lot of revs, extremely accurate. I mean, she could hit what she's looking at. But the ball just does not come off that oil with any energy. And she's pretty much got to be flush. That was a pretty high hit, and the 6 still laid in the flat gutter. And again, that's about tilt, getting that ball to tilt off her hand. That's in her grip causing that. It's not her release, it's the way it does release. The grip is not allowing her to get enough tilt off the fingers. She's got to get somebody to understand that. I haven't heard anything from Joe today, Leon. I spoke to him Friday, was not feeling good. I left him alone yesterday. I'll call him tomorrow. I hope he's doing all right. I mean, he didn't sound terrible Friday, but he was running a fever. The scores should be in pretty quick. We'll give you the Game 2 update. I will tell him, Leon. I will tell Joe. I'll speak to him tomorrow. I'll wait. Give him a call in the late morning and see if he's doing all right. He is really a wonderful person. What a class act. It's like that all his life. Just hope he's doing all right. That leg operation was a serious operation, and maybe something's going on with the medicine or something, but he's got a fever. Robert Best watching from Miami. Welcome aboard, Robert. We're watching the Heinz 57 triples. here at Robert Eddy's Lightning Strikes in Fort Myers, Florida. Another Sunday in our monthly events. Yes, my son Michael's left-handed, Gilbert. My son Michael's been the NEBA Bowler of the Year 5 times. He's got the most NEBA wins at 31. He's won 140 scratch tournaments in his career in 14 different states. Very accomplished bowler, never turned pro, but did make a PBA telecast in 1992, the PBA Doubles Classic. He bowled with Patrick Allen, both of them as amateurs. I got them house spots to qualify. And they qualified for the finals and they made TV. And then in the 90 event, Michael and I bowled qualifying in Las Vegas at the Showboat and made the top 24 and ended up 20th. That was my last ever national tour event. The 1990 PBA doubles. And Michael has got a great following in New England. Still lives, close to where he grew up. Suffield, Windsor Locks area. Lives in Broad Brook, Connecticut, the east side of the Connecticut River. East Windsor area, Broad Brook area. And I will be seeing Michael in June. Can't wait. Will have been 20 months. Most I've ever not seen my son since he was born. Thanksgiving of 2019 and June of 2021. That's a long time. Okay, here comes the scores. Action time, get ready. And there it is, the Ray Stevens team now in the lead at 15:45 and a pin behind him, Kenny Moranis. And just 12 out, the Madugnos, Kevin and Lori Day right there. Donnie Schwartz right there, look at that. Williams Randall Rucker Sr., 1488 now the number. But if you look at the teams real close, many teams. The Covington team, very strong team, shooting 739 last game. Right now that is the high number. The Williams team with 700. Let's bring the scores down a little bit, take a peek here. Quite frankly, 1488, any team within 100. It goes down into around 30th with Belanca. Any one of those teams, a couple 720s back to back, and they're right in the hunt. So it's wide open as we speak. Let's check brackets. It's like Joey Alexander in 15. James Oswalt in 22. That 190 game cost him 20 brackets. Luckily he got that. A lot of bracket money out there. Potts, Madugno, Cheney, Nassau, Schwartz, Baranis, And that's it. Very close. 57 pins between 8th and 1st with 3 games to go. It's anybody's tournament right now. Well, Gilbert, he's very unique. You know, he's unorthodox, but extremely knowledgeable of his own game, his own body feel, his release, his footwork, his swing. And that's the way he's bowled all his life, so he knows his game. His attributes are his mental game and his spare shooting. He is a fantastic spare shooter. And mentally, he doesn't fry. He really understands his good and bad shots and good and bad ball reaction. But he's human. You know, he's never been a pro. He doesn't expect to win all the time, but he's won his fair share. He takes a loss as good as anybody I ever met in my life. Never complains, never says he got robbed, never says somebody shouldn't have beat him, never said the lanes were terrible on the left or too easy on the right or anything demeaning whatsoever about the competition that he is in, regardless of where he finishes. Like if he bowls bad, he'll laugh and say, "Dad, I just didn't have it." I'll say, "How bad was it, Hoss?" He'll say, "Dad, I don't know. But everything I tried didn't work." I said, "What'd you do then?" He said, "I just tried, Dad, just tried. It's all I could do." He also uses the worst bowling balls in the world. He's made $50,000 in the last 4 years with an EPX that's been cross-drilled. He's rolling over the plug on it. I got him a brand new one, a 16-pounder. He hasn't drilled it yet. He beats people with an EPX. Those balls were in the dumpster the minute they came out. And very seldom can use resin, does not get a good look. Uses a lot of urethane, a lot of weak resin. Just has his own way of doing things. And again, he's a lefty. What do you expect? Lefties are weird. Pretty big game here on 25 and 6. Let's see what we got. We got some scores here now. That team's going to make a little run at him. You notice, decent scores. Oh, yeah. Atta girl. She caught a double. It's going to go 230, and her teammates are right there with her. So that team is going to make a little run at them. And that's all it takes is, you know, one good game here, 1/680, and you're right in the hunt, especially if you're a handicap team. You know, if you're getting some sticks and you give a little 680 at them, you're gonna make a move. And she was happy. You could tell by the look on the way back when they're happy. Yeah, Gilbert, he's had a great amateur record. In 1987, in the Atlantic City High Roller, he went 10-1, lost a championship match on ESPN. And the very next High Roller in Las Vegas, he won it and went 11-0. So in match play events, he went 21-1. And in those two events, he made $250,000. 21-1. And he's been in bowling centers since he was a little boy. Was at 200 PBA Summer Tour stops with me in the 70s and 80s. And he grew up with Roth and Holman and Anthony and Burton and Johnson and Dick Weber and Johnny Petraglia and Dave Davis. They all know Michael. Mike Albee, Walter Ray, Norm Duke, Pete Weber, they all know Michael. They love Michael. Every time they see him, they hug him. He's very well liked. He's a great father. Put his daughter through school at Roger Williams University in Newport. She's graduating this summer, my granddaughter Caitlin. Put his daughter through college, and that place wasn't cheap. Believe me. So I'm very, very blessed to have a son that's not only a great bowler, but a great man. I wish I was the man that he became. But he's got the worst approach I've ever seen in my life. Let me get that in there. And when I say that, everybody roars. And he laughs, and I laugh. But we left it alone. I decided, when he was about, 15, leave it alone, let him go. He keeps bowling good, why change it? Yeah, Cooper, where you been today? Cooper, why did you leave us? I'm not mad at you for telling me I repeated something 4 times yesterday. I was senile, I admit it. It's one of those days where I don't know. One of those senior moments you hope you never get. You keep repeating. Look at Melanie. Melanie bowling with her husband Leo. Those are avid bowlers. Melody and Leo Ortega, the Naples group. They love it. They're serious bowlers. And love to come up here. A little ride right up the highway. Naples is right down the road, and Naples, if some of you don't know anything about Naples, Naples looks like the hotels and the real estate in Naples is equivalent to Fort Lauderdale, Miami. It's unbelievably beautiful. Of course, Marco Island, look at Tyler Altman, didn't like that. Of course, Marco Island is down there. I don't go to Naples a lot, but when I do, I'm fascinated by it. Everything is just brand new and beautiful and very, very modern. Very, very wealthy community. A lot of rich retirees live there. They're very successful business people. Moved there and got into condominiums, $500 to $2-3 million condos everywhere down there. Unbelievable. It's one of those areas where I feel like I don't belong. You know, I've never been affluent, and they're affluent down there, believe me. The poor people live in $500,000 houses. I'll take my old bus. I love it. Getting ready for a trip in June, and going to do some things, visit some friends, have some fun. Now, if I won a lottery, a big one, I'd buy a new Prevost. They're about $2 million. I could go for a Prevost. Keep in mind, we're about halfway now through qualifying. 1488 is 8th. So, scores are high. Let me double check that just to make sure. Yep, 1488 after 2. So if you look at those numbers, and you look at scratch, look at Ray Stevens' team for 6 at 1390. The Medugno team 1399, and the Williams team 1370, Schwartz 1363. So we do have big score scratch. Now look at the Covington team with no handicap, 1380, with Chrissy and Brad and Dave. So they've got to keep up that pace of 690 or so every game, and that could be very tough. Again, that 90% at 235. Can Real? Yes, it is my traveling hotel. It's beautiful too. It's an old ride, but it's beautiful. It is a bus. It looks like a Prevost. It's got an in-motion dish on the roof, so I got DirecTV wherever I go. 40-footer. 892 Detroit, 450 horse, no slides, didn't want slides, don't need them. It's just me and my kiddies. Couple flat screens, 3 roof airs, or central airs. They're not roof airs in there, central airs. Quite a coach. Weighs 37,000 pounds. It's got a lot of systems in it. Got solar panel charging, an inverter, so I don't need a generator if I want to run a microwave or TVs, or my washer machine. It'll run them. Washer and dryer, big freezer, refrigerator. The only thing it doesn't have is a cleaning woman. And a good cook. Yeah, we're going to take a ride. Definitely 3 days in St. Augustine at the Bryn Manor on the Atlantic in June. Little 3-dayer there at the Bryn. And 2 large pizzas at Pizza Time to Go in St. Augustine, best pizza in the United States. $45 for 1 pizza. I know that sounds ridiculous, but if you saw it, you'd understand. And big scores here now, if you'll notice, 231, 249, 222. So, as you can see, we do have numbers. There's 278 right there. That means that's Brad Stewart. That's his mother giving him 278. That's Chrissy, Carrie and Brad, who will go 226, and Dave Covington can go out for 215, so they're going to be right at 700 this game. And Chrissy carrying the boys now. See that with Jairo. Oh, I thought that was the Covington team. With Jairo, Hernandez, Chrissy, and Brad. So Chrissy definitely making a statement now. Leon, there's two kinds of pizzas that I love. The ones at Pizza Time in St. Augustine and free pizza. And those are the two kinds of pizzas that I love. And look at Jairo with two opens for 215.40, 718 for Chrissy and Brad Stewart. And Jairo, if he gets this one, and San Savoie, they're definitely in the hunt for a good 6 here. Maybe 640, 650, so that's good. They're holding their own. Yes, seat the table. I've been there in a month, but I was in there a month ago, and I had a shrimp dish with a side of coleslaw and macaroni salad. I forget what it was. My mouth is watering for it. Yeah, 9 and 10 is on, Cam, but that's it. That's as far as the low end. Starting next week, I believe, we will have cameras on the low end for the Eddie Foods Open. And we will be using our booth for the first time. And that's it. Yeah, it's a very competitive field when you really take a look at those top 8 teams. I mean, they're all bunched up and they're all good. A lot of it, I think, is the tournament mindset. A lot of people in here are tournament sharp and patient and very aware of the equipment needed, how to play the lanes. They bowl here a lot, and they're tournament ready. They know the approaches. Yeah, they start on 3 and 4 today, Leon. Again, folks, sorry I don't have cameras down there, but we will, I think, next week, for the first time in our live stream, we'll be covering lanes 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Finally. And I'll tell you, 5, 6, 7, and 8 are high-scoring lanes. That's where Ryan Tamburino had 875. Rakoski's had 300 there. Stouffer. There's been 4 or 5 800s on 5, 6, 7, and 8, including an 875. Again, those panels were not used near as much in the history of this facility. and the low end was literally closed down for 5 years with no automatic scoring and pin setters that were cannibalized. So those lanes sat. They were never oiled. They were never used. And Ona, your sons are on 9 and 10. Well, I hope you're enjoying that. Ona L. Ruby Coons, I hope you're enjoying that. Sometimes we miss some pairs. We try not to. I like everybody to see their family and friends. Finishing game 3 now here at Lightning Strikes. 2 to go. All new cables, Leon. $1,000 worth of cables, all new for every camera, or all the ones that didn't have enough length. I know the cables are here. I was talking to Mike Schumacher and Dave Stouffer and Billy Seymour today. They're starting tomorrow. So going to be a whole new view that I'm going to have for the first time in 18, 19 months. Pretty good score right there, 220, 240, 170. Look at the game pair next to him. Almost 700 right there. 701 right there on 16. That is a big number. So that's going to give them quite a move at 701, providing they got some handicap, of course. But 700 is the magic number on this shot. And there's a big one there. 702 right there on 26. So some 700s again being shot. Pretty good score there. 660 on 31 and 2. So we'll see. And Rick Wilbur's on. Hello, Rick Wilbur. Hope you're doing well on the Is today the first day of spring, Rick Wilbur? I think today's the first day of spring up there in Rutland. If I'm I'm not mistaken. No tables in place yet, Leon. Everything's got to go up into the ceiling. They're starting tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. They're running it from each camera directly to behind the booth through trunks. We've got everything set up to go right down the wall of the booth and right in. They got a big trunk back there they're going to connect everything into. And we'll see. Oh, yesterday was the first day of spring. Okay, Kimberly, thank you. Of course, down here we don't really even know it, but most of the rest of the country can't wait for the weather to warm up. Unless you live out there around Yermo, California, where it's $1.20 in the summer, where the Calico Ghost Town is in Yermo. $1.20 there in Death Valley, folks. $1.20. My bowling average and the temperature in July. Check the scores out here now. Altman. See, once he gets it to that spot, once he gets it out to about 7, it's flush. At 9, it's got a little hang in there when it touches the oil. But when he gets it to that 7 board, it's lights out. That's that pearlized track ball that really gives him great motion off the oil. When you see it, I mean, it looks like it picks up speed. It comes off the oil, it looks like it gets faster. So you got that one in, got lucky there. That was in. Okay. Now we go into game 4. Indio. Indio is hot. Blythe hot. Yuma hot. You pull Indio out of LA on I-10, that's hot. 27 miles straight up. Oh, that's Scott Ruby. Oh no, okay. Watching Scott Ruby, all right. I pulled Indio, Cooper. It goes up for 27 miles, winding up that mountain. Of course, Yuma's right on the border of Mexico. I broke down in Yuma in 81. Either on I-8 or I-10. It was one or the other. Might have been I-8. Coming out of San Diego into Arizona on Yuma, I think. I'm not sure. But I know it was down there. Kimberly Rittenauer, yeah, well, let's see if we can find the Howards. Let's see if I can find the Howards for you. I saw Laura and Chris. Let's see if we can get a little view for you. They're here somewhere. Yeah, I thought you could take I-8. Yeah, I broke down in Yuma on I-8 in 81. I was not happy. It was about 110 out, and the air conditioner went on the engine. Oh, it was miserable. I was there for about a day. El Centro, yes. El Centro's hot. Been through there. Calexico, El Centro. Roast an egg on your hood there. Chrissy doing a dance. Was the dead flush yank. She says, I did the dance, I stuck and I struck. Maybe I ought to keep doing that. Does throw it pretty good for a 50-year-old grandmother. If you watch her closely, pretty pure. 50-year-old grandma looks pretty good. Now Brad checking it out. The baby's been picked up by at least 80 people already today, her granddaughter. Yeah, it wasn't any relief. Oh, we were going the other way. We were going east coming out of there. And I don't know, it's so many years ago. It's 40 years ago this summer. I did not like going to Nogales. I know that. Nogales scared me. I remember being scared when I got there and scared when I left. In Nogales is where I caught the disease of Noharis. It's where I lost my hair. Nogales, Noharis, Nomonius. But I love Tucson. One of my favorite towns in the country. The great Pete Tontis was our host in Tucson, the 1968 Masters champion who beat Buzz Fazio in Cincinnati. And Pete Tontis was our host at Golden Pin Lanes on 1010 Miracle Mile in Tucson. Most of the tour guys used to stay at the Ghost Ranch when we were there. Had the #1 cactus garden in the world. It was beautiful. You should have seen the cactus garden there. It had breathtakingly beautiful. They had kitchenettes, so everybody stayed there. Would load up during the week, and the whole tour, everybody had 3-4 in a room. Kitchenettes. Everybody loaded up with steaks and hamburgers and sat out by the pool between squads and cooked out. A lot of people got sick doing that. They stayed out in the sun too long, got burned. You know, they'd get there and all think they were okay, and that sun would roast them. A lot of sun poisoning. Watch Chris Keene now and Daniel Gacera. Chris Keene, and on his senior tour, 10 years. And finally, there'll be one here in Southwest Florida where he can sleep in his own bed that night. Again, we want to thank all of you for joining us today. We will be on the air Tuesday night and Wednesday this coming week at 6:30 and Friday night at 6:30. Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday night at 6:30. Saturday, 12:30. Sunday, 1:30 this coming week. Hope you all join us for the action next Saturday. The Monster, the Eddie Foods Open, $5,000 guaranteed for first, 40 cash spots guaranteed, 40. You heard it right. Beatty Bowlers Bowl, 40 cash spots. The 40 Bowlers Bowl, 40 cash spots. The 39 Bowlers Bowl, 39 cash spots. I have a feeling there'll be more than that. With 5,000 on top. See, the pro shop's still open down there with Mark Pulaski today. Look at that. Sunday afternoon at 4:30. Still open there down the low end. As you can see, pretty good group here today. Not as much as Tuesday and Wednesday night, but still a heck of a group. Brad Stewart's already in front of the ball return here in game 4. This could be a long day if they're breaking down like that already. And I hate to see where he's going to have to stand on game 6. He better boil down or go right and start throwing rockets like Baranecki does, because he's going to be running out of room. Well, I think these panels, these lanes are notorious for the breakdown in game 4. It's just, and game 3 with 4 bowlers on a pair. 6 bowlers on a pair, they're gonna go pretty quick. However, it seems like you can always follow it left unless you're these guys that insist on standing in front of the ball return. I think you can ball down here and get it to push, but they don't. They'd rather circle the heads. Then again, who am I to say it? You know, I'm not out there. I don't read it the way they do. But one thing's for certain. They are high scoring. 39 and 40. Cheney's standing right here. Got plenty of room to go left on as the day goes on. Look where he's sliding. He's only sliding about 27, 28. And he's still light. So, it's like that pair is pretty tight. Okay. Howard on a triple here. Very good bowler. Had a lot of 300s in his life. Watched him bowl one here last year, and he's had quite a few. He's a good bowler many, many years. Solid game. Beautiful. Make it look easy when they're that good, huh? Okay, we're going to start bringing it down the line a little now and seeing who's doing what. Look at this pair right here now. Pretty good game on 23 with Remy. Is that Remy? So that's pretty good right now. They're at about 650. Yes, I bowled candle pins. At Westgate Lanes in Brockton in 66. I bowled a candlepin match and proceeded to go into a 5-month slump with a 16-pound ball in my hand after I bowled a day of candlepins. It took me 5 months to get right after that. That was not too good a move. And one other time at Riverside Park in Agawam, Mass, in the middle 70s, I went in there one day with my son Michael, and we bowled candlepins. And here's the scores. Let's check them out. Here we go. Get ready, and here it is. Wow. The Randalls with 702 to go 23-31, opening up a 67-pin lead over the Medugnos. So that 702 gave them a lot of handicap to jump. The Williams team at 701. Right now, 2,200 the number. Lisa Ward, Ray Stevens, Michelanek, all right there. Look at the teams just out. 4, 8, 11, 13, 18, 22, 42. Again, any team right now, as far as I'm concerned, within 100, going around team 25, any one of these teams. They pop a 720, 730, they're going to be right on the number. If you'll notice, the Medugno team with 664 low, that's some great bowling, and the Williams team with 670 low, excellent bowling, really good bowling. One handicap team, the Morel team, the only team under 1,800. And look at the Michelanek team, 2018, great number. And look at the Covington team, 2071, and they can't pick up any ground. They go 739, 691, and they're still 51 pins out. So they've got a problem. If 691 ain't picking up any wood, they need a 750. And that's not an easy dial-in. Yes, Covington very low handicap. But I'll tell you who I did bowl against, Gilbert Willett, for a NEBA title. The legend Joe Carlina, who was in 1964 the #1 candlepin bowler in the world, and AMF signed him to their staff in '64 and gave him a big contract to quit bowling candlepins and become a 10-pin bowler, and he did. And he's still alive, Joe Carlina, one of the finest gentlemen I ever met in my life. In his 90s, a great bowler, the 1971, I believe, NEBA Bowler of the Year, and was the world champion duckpin bowler in the 60s, early 60s, out of Lynn, Massachusetts. I have pictures of Joe. I thought candlepins was a very tough game. You'd hit the head pin and get one. A lot of people don't know that. The ball would go between the 5 and 8 or 5 and 9, and the head pin would go between the 8 and 9, 5, 8, 9. Ball one way, head pin the other, miss them both, and you could get a 1 box or a 1 count. Hitting the head pin, a 1 count. That'll put you in shock. Here's Scott Ruby. Bowling with Tuesday Tyler. Melanie Ortega with a good shot. Let's watch Tuesday Tyler with that little hop on that last step, just like Sean Maldonado. Their games are so identical, it's unbelievable. Same back angle, same walk. There's the hop. There's the 10 in the pit. Ooh, we got a string right here. Is that Heidi Williams' team? Oh, yes. That's a good team. They've been bowling well today, and she's good. She throws the ball really good. She's got a great arm swing, and she's from Naples, a very good bowler. Who's this young man here bowling with Heidi? Let's see. Mike Pierce. That's Mike Pierce. Now up for number 9.
See this right here?
Yes. Thank you.
I'll just check the low end.
Okay.
How far down do you see, Larry?
7 and 8, 9 and 10. And we got this right here, ladies and gentlemen. So right now, all of a sudden, we've got 2 teams. The Heidi Williams team right here with a very good shot at 700, a great shot at 700, and this team right here on 23 with a great shot at 700. So score's still good. And on 27 and 8, about a 660. So score's still very good right now, going into game 4 here. Again, getting back to candlepins, you know, in the 60s, obviously New England was pretty equal with 3 games, ducks, candles, and tens. And the big buildup started in New England with Brunswick and AMF in the early 60s, where they were financing what they called cookie cutter centers, where they not only would build you a center, they'd finance it for you. And they'd send a training team in to train your mechanic. New England was one of the few areas in the country with 3 different types of bowling. Of course, Maryland had duck pins, Connecticut duck pins, Virginia had some duck pins. But now, when we seen the downsizing of the game, duck pins really has taken a hit, and candles in New England. There were a lot of centers in the 60s that were 10-pin and candle pin. Westgate Lanes in Brockton still open, 10-pin and candle pin. One of the few left. Town and Country in Grafton, Mass was 10-pin and candle pin. Trying to think of any duck pin and 10-pin. I don't remember any. I'm sure there might be a few left, but I don't remember them. But Massachusetts, you would go in and Sammy White's Bowlodrome, Westgate Lanes in Brockton, 10-pin and candle pin. 2 games, 1 building. Very interesting in those days. Of course, the greatest duck pin bowler in the world to this day, they say, was Nick Tronsky. I saw Tronsky bowl in the 60s. He was 11-time world champion. And Tronsky worked at Pratt & Whitney in East Hartford. And I watched him at 16, 17. He was smooth, big man, about 6'3", long arms, had an unbelievable reach. He was a legend in the Hartford area in the 50s and 60s before the left-handed kid from Windsor Locks came out. Sort of took his place, a young left-handed boy who won on tour, won a couple Eagles, and was a Rookie of the Year, and all of a sudden he was in the newspaper every week and Tronsky wasn't. Oh, candle pins are thin. You breathe on them. You can breathe on them. You can blow them over. You sneeze, you can blow over a candle pin if you sneeze at the top of it. We're going to watch this next bowler now, getting up for 300. Keep in mind, score's still very high. We haven't hit what I would call the heads toasting. Yeah, we don't have a lot of high rev rates here, so I don't see it happening. You know. Yes, duck pin balls are heavier. Duck pin balls are about 3 pounds, 5 ounces, and they're bigger. A little bigger and a little heavier. I hope you shine with Lenny, Billy Beagle. I was on the phone with Lenny Friday. Spoke to my dear friend, the Big Stick. And that's number 10 for this young man. Let's watch it now. He's a three-stepper. Got a great roll on the ball. Very smooth release. And that team's going to be over 700, and they could make a big move. Look at that, three-stepper. Nice stroke. How's that balance? Check him out. I mean, that is a nice three-step approach. His back angle stays the same. Long slide, excellent balance, the right drag leg behind him, great roll on the ball. Three steppers. How about that? Yeah, there it is. 300. How about that? I think he's got a twin brother right behind him. I know he's got a twin brother right behind him. How about that? Wonderful to see. It's our first one this weekend. 696 right there. So that's a big move for them. Great game. Nice 10th frame, too. Threw them all really good. We'll see what's going on with the scoring now in Game 4. Now we will be going into Game 5, the cut game. That's a big time to throw 300 and get a 696. Now let's watch Chrissy and Brad and Hyro. Chrissy with 279 last game. Oh, is she tough. You could picture her in '94 when she was Rookie of the Year on the ladies' tour. I've been watching her for 20 years. She's thrown it like that for 20 years. There's not a heck of a lot of difference. And right here now, Best and Cheney with a big game here, and they have a shot at 700. If they can go out, they'd be right on the number. Oh, yeah. So now that's a big move for them. So again, it's nitty-gritty time. Oh, the flower pot. Oh, yeah, they open up. The 6 goes to the right. The 6 goes to the right, and the 10 goes to the right at the same time, like a flower opening up. The flower pot. I've heard of that saying since I was a young boy.
Did you get that name?
Yes, I did. The flower pot. All right, great finish there. So they're at 62 and 46 would be 98. This is where they want it right now. They got to have it now. So they get into the 5th game, you know, with a chance. 398 or a 598 ain't going to help you any. 698 is definitely going to put a move on them. We have sayings that a lot of people haven't heard of. One night in here, Scott Cobb left the 5-7-10. We've been calling it the Lily for 60 years. Everybody said, "What's a Lily?" The Lily is the 5-7-10. The 6-10 opening up is the flower pot. Of course, the 7-10 used to be called the goal posts or the bedposts, right? The 4-6-7-10 was called Big Tonk. Of course, the Greek church. And Billy Whaley always, when there was a big string with both bowlers, he would call them pheasant tracks. Like that right there. Pheasant tracks, Chris. Yes, the sour apple. Of course, believe it or not, I could be wrong about this, but I was at a lot of shows with Burton and Schenkel and Durbin and Schreiner and Anthony and Jay Randolph. I don't remember when pins started to be called a messenger, but I can tell you this, before Mark Roth, nobody called him a messenger. I think it started with Roth. And then obviously when Resin came in, even early Resin, 92, 3, and 4, the messenger became pretty much the part of the bowler's jargon, the announcer's jargon, and the fans' jargon. Everybody knew what that was real quick. That was a new hit basically in 92, 93, 94. Gant got him in the 80s, Roth got him in the 80s, Holman occasionally, but nobody, I don't believe, called them messengers. I could be wrong. I probably have to hear it in order to know it, but I think it started in the 93, 94 year, the words messenger. See what we got down the low end here. Ooh, a big game here now. Look at this team. Is that with Gessera and Chris Keene? Look at this game. 204, 279, 257. The Chris Keene team. Solid 9 for Keene. Good shot. All right, but in the hunt, 04, 48, 57. That could launch them into a good position. Looks like scores very high right now. Down the low end, let's see. No, not too much there. How about here? Look at that game. 41, 64, 37. That's a monster. And it's one open. 9-pin miss in the 9th. Right there, that's a big game. Look at that game. That's a 742 right there on 19 and 20. That's big wood. Big sticks. So Billy Beagle, I sound like the big stick? Well, we worked together. He was my lane man, and then I was player service director when he was PBA lane man. He actually got hired because of the tournaments that evolved on the 71 tour, including the year I won. San Jose, all 16 left-handed finalists. Later on that winter, Petraglia won the last 3. Earl Anthony won in Madison Square Garden. The left side that winter in 13 tournaments won 6 of them. And by the first tournament that summer, Len Nicholson was the PBA lane man. And then in 74, we became staff members together. The old saying, I couldn't beat him, so I joined them. And Len and I still reminisce about those early years of lane maintenance, the 71 Winter Tour, our lives in bowling, and there's not a finer man in the bowling industry than Len Nicholson. What a wonderful career. He's worn a lot of hats. PBA lane man, Western Region tournament director, designer of patterns with John Davis for the Kegel machines, lane man with the spray gun, phantom radio, a writer, a comedian, I might add. Very funny man. And a dear friend who I love and think about. I called him Thursday or Friday. I like to call him once a month. You know, he's 80 and he does not, you know, have a strong system. You know, he's very, what's the word when it comes to COVID? Susceptible, if you will. So he stays in a lot. So I was checking on him, making sure he's all right. He will also never drive with me again. That was the only time in my life I saw him scared. He was on a trip with me, him, and Berardi in my old bus in about 78 or 9. And that thing had a lever on it. Didn't have automatic cruise control. If you pulled the lever with the gas pedal down, the pedal would stay down. And the floor was flat next to the steering wheel, and it was a real big steering wheel. And I had the Doobie Brothers on, and decided I wanted to get out of the driver's seat and hold the steering wheel with my left hand, standing up while I was driving and dancing at 78 miles an hour. And Lenny looked at me, and I got out of that seat, and he says, "What are you doing?" I says, "I'm dancing." "What do you mean you're dancing? We're going 80. I says, "Don't worry, I got it under control." He turned pale, he turned white, and he never drove with me again. Ever. Not even in a car. And for those of you that don't know about Len Nicholson that are on the air with me now, Len Nicholson is the Phantom of Phantom Radio in the PBA Hall of Fame in the Meritorious Service category, along with myself and Harry Golden and Chris Schenkel and Eddie Elias. And Len Nicholson is the most unbelievably dedicated man. Has been dedicated in the world of bowling for over 55 years and had many different jobs. Many. In the world of bowling, and now Phantom Radio, the longest running radio show in our sport, over 1,500 shows. My God. The Phantom. Used to call him Bluto because he looked like, when he was a young guy, he looked like Bluto in the Popeye cartoons. So we called him Bluto. Then we called him Blued Oil. Blued Oil. And Lenny told me when I went home, he sent me home, he said it was so easy, all I had to do was put a postage stamp on you and get rid of you. And we would laugh. Billy Beagle, are you CJ Layton? I love CJ Layton's voice. Oh, I love the intro to Phantom Radio. That is cool. CJ Layton. Yeah. Yeah, Len and I go back. Len's best friend was Billy Hardwick, and one of my best friends in my life. Len went to high school with Billy Hardwick at San Mateo High School, and so did Tom Brady. How's that one? There's this young man that had 300. Had a strike in the first. Still doing very well. Let's watch the great Rakoski right here now. Scores should be coming in. Watch Rakoski, the effortless accuracy the great balance, the great footwork. It's flawless. Shaking his head, saying, "No, I missed by a quarter of a board. I really didn't mean to make a bad shot." He plays quarter boards. Len Nicholson and I used to check in the bowling balls after qualifying. And naturally, if a bowler blew the finals or the cash, that locker room was not a pleasant place at the end of a squad, because bowlers were told, if you're going to blow off steam, do it in the locker room, don't do it on the lanes. So they'd come in the locker room and throw their equipment and yell F's and slam things and rip their shirts off and bounce their balls on the floor, throw them into the wall, complain about the lane man. And naturally, Lenny and I were in there having to check in the cashers, and arguments would start. And in one day in particular at Syracuse, we had a downstairs locker room, and Len would sit about 2 feet from me, and a bowler who has since passed on, who had a very bad afternoon, went from 6th to about 30th, threw his bowling ball, and it went between our heads. We felt it go by both of us. He threw it at us. And he was about 18 inches away from me, and that ball went between us, between our heads. And it could have killed us, or one of us. And Lenny got up and pinned him up against the wall with one hand. And I'll never forget Lenny's face that day. He looked at me, I looked at him, and we had a bowling ball thrown at our heads. And we did not like it. And the first thing I said to the guy after he missed, I said, "You're so terrible you couldn't hit us from 5 feet away." I threw it right back at him. And the guy didn't like it. And I told him he should go home, that he was no good. Yeah, that was a lot of fun, me and the big stick. Lenny, if you're watching, I was telling the boys about the day I was driving with you and Berardi, and I decided to get out of the driver's seat at 80 miles an hour and drive with my left hand as I was standing to the right of the steering wheel. It's the only time in my life I saw you get white, Hoss, and get nervous. Even in the locker room, you never got scared, but that day with Litchie, you did. Litchie was dancing to the Doobie Brothers. Okay, we've got the scores coming in now, so get ready. Keep in mind, this is Game 5 coming up. We will have totals for you shortly. At the end of this game, we will cut to the top 8. It's a position round game, 30 bonus pins to the winner, carryover pinfall. Well, Billy Beagle, if he doesn't know my voice, there's something wrong. I'll admit he's old, but he ought to know by now that's Litchie talking. Litchie in the big stick in the locker room. Oh, yes. We used to make fun of people in there. Oh, my God. One day Lenny brought me some blueberry pie in the locker room in '77 in Portland. That's an unbelievable story, the blueberry pie story. The big stick. He was a Picasso with a Hudson spray gun. A lot of people don't realize, that we didn't start using lane machines on a tour till the late 80s. And Lenny and Sam and Lon Marshall used the spray gun, Steve Cross, and they could paint a picture. They were Picassos. They had a vision of the pattern they wanted to use. And I would come in early in the morning and Lenny would be in. A lot of times I'd watch him, ask him questions. This is long after I quit, because I wanted to know. Not only was I a ball driller, but I wanted to know as much as I could, and he was like a professor. He would tell me what he was doing and why. And John Davis got wind of it and realized that Lenny could help him build a machine with the same patterns, and they started to collaborate and started to build the Kegel machine. And I think over in Merritt Island was the first time the Kegel machine came over there. Davis brought one over that Lenny helped him design, and now those patterns and all of Lenny's dreams and John's are in databases at Kegel. Lenny changed the game of bowling. Was the first, him and Lon Marshall and Sammy Baca were really the first real true lane men that traveled the United States 40 weeks a year, oil and lanes. Tough job, very tough job. Only because the bowlers that bowl bad always blame them, including yours truly. It's always their fault, never ours. When I became player service director, I realized how bad I was. I mean, I was a good bowler, but I was not receptive to patterns I had never seen. And it was just lack of knowledge. Then I would get mad, of course, and blame the lanes. And while I was blaming the lanes, Earl Anthony was on television. And we both used the same hand. And that was the difference. The bad lefties were on the next plane, and the good lefties were in the next game. I guess there's no other way to describe it. Okay, keep in mind now, we are in Game 6. So what we're looking for is teams in the hunt with big scores. Now keep in mind, I'm going to have the scoring shortly, and it's going to get exciting because if you start to see some teams with 240s or 50s running them out a little bit, you're going to know they're in the hunt. So let's see what we got. Well, Billy Beagle, that was our job. You know, Harry Golden, the man that hired us and recommended us, loved the game of bowling more than anybody in the world, I believe. And he insisted that his staff do a great job with integrity. And at the same period of time, made sure that he kept us in line. He did not like complacency or mediocrity. And we worked for him, and he was the greatest tournament director that ever lived. And so Lenny and I are a product of Harry and the early PBA. Got in the same Hall of Fame together, meritorious service, doing our jobs. Very proud moment for both of us. To this day, I'm the only PBA champion in the Hall of Fame for meritorious service. And now Gary Mage is getting in. He'll be the second one. I was the first one 25 years ago. So from 1975 to now, I'm the only champion to get in the PBA Hall of Fame in meritorious service. So they saved that award for men that have changed the game, done something for the game. I happen to get fortunate. But Lenny really deserved to be in there, not only because of his longevity, but a lot of people were tough on him. I mean, they would challenge him, and he was a pretty big boy back then, about 6'5", 260. You really didn't want to fool with him. Boy, could he box. All right, now let's go down here low end, see what we got. There's the Covington team. They were in the hunt. He's coming up now on 4 in a row. So Dave Covington right now has to carry this team. The leadoff bowler shooting 180. Covington shredding the rack for 5. And now behind Covington is Rakoski, and if you ever wanted an anchor man behind you, it's the legend, the 2-time True Amateur Challenge champion, John Rakoski. Keep in mind, they need a big game. They are in the hunt. They probably got to shoot at least 700. Oh boy, see that ball come off that oil? Unlike Rakoski to do that, and he is not happy. And Ice Martinez with 5 in a row. So we're going to start looking now for big strings and teams with high totals. Big strings, teams with high totals. They don't stay on the same lane, Zona. They move every game. They don't go to 9 and 10 and stay there, sweetie pie. See, look, watch. There's Scott Ruby there on 17 and 18. See, they move after each game, honey. That's why I move the cameras, because the bowlers are moving also. But you didn't know that. You can stay with us. Don't leave. We got some time. And again, day striking now at 26-28. Here's a 26-98 right next to him. And a 28-22 over here on 24. That is a big number. They're averaging 700 a game. So we're looking for big scores. Okay, here we go. And there it is. The Randall team. The Williams team with 742. Look at their last 3 games. They have bowled great. Look at their scratch score. Fantastic. 700, 701, 742. And look at the Schwartz team. 687 high, 673 low. Look at their last 3 games. 676, 673, 673. Kevin Day, Laurie Day. The Lisa Ward team, 619, 625 in the hunt. Melanie and Leo Ortega. And now look at the teams real close. Ruby right there on 17 and 18. Klaskota, Ackerman, Morel, Lassick, Rogie, Weinhardt, all in the hunt. All can do it with a big last game. So let's go back now live and watch Tyler Altman. That's all right, Ona. I understand if you don't watch a lot. Yeah, the bowlers move. They skip a pair after each game and move. So 9 and 10 went to 13, 14, skip 15, 16. Now they're on 17 and 18. And this boy right here is on your son's team, Tyler Altman. And he's got 6 in a row. So he's keeping the team alive. We'll go up the ladder here a little now. And there's 6 in a row on 21. So we've got some big scores here. That's Kevin Day going to be bowling. Then we'll watch the bowler right behind Kevin Day and see what that bowler's doing. On 6 in a row, we'll see if they get the 7th one. Okay. Well, thank you, Billy Beagle. I do this every week. I do this on Saturday, Sunday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays. Now, next week we have our $5,000 Eddie Foods Open on Saturday. And then 3 weeks from today will be the Audi Pro-Am. I'll have Johnny Petraglia in the booth with me, Pete Weber. PBA Senior Tour will be here. So tune us in. Yep. Now Kevin Day with a open there that he did not want, obviously. And his teammate carrying both bowlers on 6 in a row. Steve Medeiros bowling good with the Heidi Williams team right here and has been bowling well. Had 800 here about 2 months ago, his first 800, and bowling good today. Got that in a little, tugged it. Did not want to do that. That's Joey Alexander coming up now on 6 for the Kevin Day team, and he needs it with both bowlers shooting 170s. Oh, got it in. Oh, Medeiros, great try. Again, not much there. Let's see here, any strings, any teams making a move. Let's check that number again and see what it was. It's 2876. Wow, a monster. 2876 is 8th. $28.76 is the number now as we speak. Don Howard keeping them in the hunt. Again, it's anybody's. Eight teams right now in the hunt. And any of the top 15 teams can get in or go out. except for, let's look at it this way. If we look at the scores, I would say anybody within 100, so 28-41, 29-40, I would say from 4th up is locked in. I don't see the 4 teams, 5th through 8th. 29-44 should be safe, but 29-21, 28-94, 28-76 could easily be knocked out by any of the teams below them, so we want to keep our eye on that. And look at this pair right here now with Donnie Schwartz. Again, the top 8 teams will go into the position round game. I don't know if there'll be any lanes open by the time you get here, hon, but 24 to 28 lanes are going to open up within the next 20 minutes, I believe. So there should be plenty of room for you to get in and bowl. Schumacher now striking with their leadoff bowler shooting 120. That's Ice Martinez right there on the first 7. We've all watched Martinez during our action, and Ice pulling the string, and it's not over there because of both him and his partner strike out. That's 550 for 2 with the leadoff bowler. She could shoot 146. They'd be right at 700. So that's Melissa McGarver, who's really a good bowler. Just having a bad game. This young girl has won our ladies 5-gamer. She is a decent bowler, but just having a bad day. Oh boy, look at that. Just not a good ball reaction. And she's discouraged. I don't blame her. It looks like Cannon's throwing plastic again. Cooper, to the best of my knowledge. If it's urethane, it's weak. Weak anything. I don't believe he owns a resin ball. If he does, it's probably a pancake. It's a big game right here now for this team on 19, and keep in mind they are in the hunt. They need a big one. Week 10, good shot. All right, here we go. Ice Martinez now for number 9. We've had 1 300 so far today. And Martinez is absolutely gifted. Plastic Black Widow spare ball, thumbless, and ripping the cover on it. surprisingly enough, they have a shot at 696. I don't know where they are in the finals, but let's check real quick here. We could find Martinez. I don't see him. Way down. Not all the scores in yet. Hold on. There's the scores. I think Martinez is with Mike Schumacher. They might have a shot at it with those two big games there. That's going to be interesting. We're going to go back and watch that. See if we can find it. And if that is a team with Mike Schumacher, and I think it is, they have a shot at it if both of them can strike out. They're just out, but 696 might be enough, or 686 if Marissa McIver here can at least mark. They'd have 676 scratch if both the men strike out. This is a big Frank First. She does not want to open here. Pretty good shot, solid 9. Now you got to make it, honey. Don't give up yet. And we're going to go down the line. We will come back to 15 and 16 shortly. See if Altman's got it going here with Ruby. No, they're in trouble. They might not have enough wood. This could be big for Kevin Day. He might have to double here. Very big. Oops. Boy, he missed way right with that. Still hit the pocket. So now he's in trouble. Keep in mind, those teams in that go out, you got Ice Martinez and Schumacher. Could go around some people right here. Let's watch the Schumacher team. Okay, MacGyver did go 121, but 250-300 is 671, and they do get some pretty good handicap. So they might be able to make a move. Oh, that is a terrible break for Schumacher. Boy, did he throw that good. I mean, that was a good shot. And now they're in trouble. And we're looking for some big numbers here. Any teams making a move. And I don't see a lot here. Let's keep going and see. That team with 30-63 is in. They're a lock. They're in. They might have been the leaders. And 31-17 should be in. So let's go back to the beginning now, right here, and watch Ice Martinez. Who got the 10th one, missed the 11th to go 288. So it is a big last game. It should be enough to get them in, but we'll see. We don't know. They're 29.66. Start to see these numbers come in now. There's a 30.38 right there on 11 and a 30.64 on 12. Those teams could very well be in the hunt. So there's at least 3,000 that we know of. Right here, that should be 29.63. That's going to be close. There's a 30.87. That's 4. There's a 31.39 is 5. How are you? There's a 30.63 is 6. And a 31.67 is 7. It's going to be a very high 29. A very high 29, ladies and gentlemen. Or a low 30 to make it. But right here, team's close. It's possible that all 8 teams might be over 3,000. But definitely, if they're not, it's going to be a 29.80, somewhere in there to make it. So it's close. That really hurt Hyro right there, leaving that solid 9. Leaving a week 10, and again, there it is there, and they might just be a little short. It's close. A lot of teams, high 29s, and that's what it's going to take. I mean, a high 29, 29.90, 29.66 right there. Might be a little short. 29.62. $29.63 right there. No, that's 28. Right now, $29.66 is in. 29.77 might be, it could be right here. The Christy Stewart team, but the Howard team, it looks like at 32 plus, they are in great shape to lead it right there. With Laura right there. Look at that score. 32-24 with 2 bowlers left. They could be 3,300. Look at Brad Stewart. What's he doing? That's not fair. See, I don't think he realizes how close he is. And then again, I could be wrong, but whatever you do, don't miss this. I mean, they don't have a chance to win it. Look at the team they're up against there. The Howards just beat them by 200 pins, but you still want to make it top 8. Oh my God, look at that strike. And the Howard team running away and hiding at 32-54. It looks like they will be in first. And another great day here at Lightning Strikes with all of you. We want to thank you all so much. 1 game to go. And we'll see you Tuesday night. Looks like the San Savoie team might have snuck in. They just went over 3,000. But we're waiting for Hyro. That's a dogfight. They could be battling for the last spot right here. Again, so many teams, I wouldn't know that for sure. But I can tell you that I only counted 7 teams over 3,000 that were finished. And San Savoie now really opening it up. And look at the scores, 30-26, 30-21. So I think Hernandez has got enough to go around San Savoie if he's 30-31. Let's see. It'll be very interesting, but let's watch. This should put him at 30-31 if he strikes. It does. 30-31. So Hernandez went around him with that mark. Barely, I might add. Look at that. Wow. Could be close. The Howard team at 3,300. That's some nice bowling. Okay. Check 9 and 10 and double check the scores there. No chance there. It looks like it could be 30-36, 30-38 right in there. See if the standings are coming in. And there they are. Wow. Look at those numbers. Thought the Howard team was close. Look at those numbers. Way down. What did I miss? Schumacher and Martinez got close at 36.09. But there are other ones now still in the hunt. Michalanic made a move. Williams, look at Williams' last 4 games. Wow, 670 low for the Williams team. And the Michalanic team bowling great. Daniel Gacera hanging in. Look at the Lisa Ward team. They got enough. Not over yet. Again, there's a few other teams that can definitely sneak in. We got to wait. No, the Howard team I thought might get in, but I miscalculated. The Medugno team at 635, no, I don't think they can make it. This might be it. It might be 36-15, we'll see. I had a miscalculation where I missed something. I do need a calculator. The Williams team with Steve Medeiros and Heidi, that's the lady, that's the lefty, bowling very well today. Look at their last 4 games. No one even close to that. And look at their scratch score. That is fantastic bowling. They were 3,500 scratch. That's big numbers. Wow. Monster numbers. No one even close to that 35. Look at that. I mean, they ran away and hid. The closest team is the Schwartz team. The Covington team at 36-31, no handicap. 124 out. Wow. So you figure 15 games is 3,000. They're 525 over. Divided by 15, average 233 plus. That's some fine, fine bowling. And they got plenty of handicap. Right now, it looks like a two-team race. The Randall team and the Williams team in the position round. The Howard team did get close. I thought they might have enough. They were short. The Ruby team short. Ray Stevens made a run at Schumacher and Martinez. Now, if you'll notice, Schumacher and Martinez was Schumacher leaving the 7-10 in the 10th on a 4-bagger, folks. Look at that score. He ripped a 710. That's scary. To miss the finals, and that was a really good shot. There's our brackets. Check the payouts in the brackets. Lukoski, $175. Oswald, Altman, Baranis, Fraley, Potts, look at Ashley Schwartz and Donnie Schwartz taking 1, 2, 4 pots. A little bit of money. And Schumacher, now the scores just went up. The best in the ward and the Gessera team getting in. But that Schumacher Open in the 10th puts him around 30-36. Or 36-30, excuse me. Day team real close. Look at that, 520. The worst game of the day. To miss by 16. Oh, it's so tough to bowl a bad last game. Very impressive, the Williams team with Steve Medeiros, Heidi Williams, and Mike Pierce. Great, great bowling. The Ken Baranis team might have a shot to knock the best team out. We're going to be watching that one right here. They could knock them out. That's the only score right now I think that is fragile, would be the best team.
This shit's rigged.
And a big crowd in here now, all waiting for the scoring to come in. Everybody waiting. As you see, the place is packed with bowlers. And everybody waiting to see exactly what's going on here. There it is. The Baranis team went in. Check that out. It looks like the Ward team right there at 36-32. If you go down here and look at the scores that aren't in, they're in. The last two can't catch them. Well, wait a minute. No, they can't catch them. So it looks like the Ward team is the last team, the team of Ricky Ward's wife. Right now, Randall and Williams, .140 out, 120 out of seconds to Williams' team. So one thing's for certain, Schwartz and Michelanek would have to put a number at them. They'd have to pop 700, 720, and hope that the first place team and the second place team both 540s, yes, they could go around them. But it didn't look like that with the Williams team. Look at their scores. That's great bowling. 3,500 scratch. So here we go. We're going to wait for Mary's announcements. And we will call it a day again at Lightning Strikes. Again, we want to thank all of you for being with us. This is exciting. The Williams team of Heidi Williams, Mike Pierce, Steve Medeiros running away at 3,500 scratch. Great bowling. Well over 233 average per bowler. And we're waiting now for the final scores to come in. Eight teams making it. There they are. And every team today averaged 200. If you'll notice, 30-17 is about a 201 average, 30-27, 201. Then it gets up there pretty good. 33-70 is a 220 average for the Swartz team. I mean, those are good scores. And the team that's got to be the most disappointed is the Kevin and Lori Day team. Their low game was 591 for 4. Look at that last game, 520 to miss by 18 pins. Hates seeing that. 540 gets them in. Imagine that. 540 gets them in. How about the 478 here with Ortega? If it's If it's 540, they get in. Unbelievable. If it's 540, they get in. And all their, two good games, 533, 561, 478, low of the day. All right, knock them out. So again, a little heartache for a lot of teams. 7 or 8 teams, that last game, giving it away. My pleasure, Gilbert. Now we're waiting for the position round game, everyone. Remember, we're getting ready. Mary will give us the pairings in a moment. 25 and 6 is the roll-off pair, so the Randall and Williams team will be on that pair. Doug Clark, see you Tuesday. Thank you. And we're waiting now for Mary to give us the final tabulation. But again, it looks like the Lisa Ward team, Ricky's wife, in 7th and 8th. Keep in mind, they can make a pretty good move. They got a shot, I would say, at 3rd. Any of the teams below them, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, could go to 3rd. I only see maybe the Schwartz team catching Williams or Randall. Looks like it's a 3-team race right now, but we'll know in about 45 minutes. Russ Showdown. Welcome aboard, Big Russ. Hope you're all doing well up there in New England. Hope to be up there soon. Driving around a little bit.
Oh, bullshit.
Again, a lot of people hanging out. Pretty good crowd, all watching here. Getting ready to get the final numbers. And ready for the position round game. The Mid-Atlantic team making a little run at them here.
Finally made one there. Finally made the cut on one.
Bull, good today. 34.03 scratch. That's a big number. What'd you shoot?
I don't even know, honestly. I don't know what I bought.
You had second high pinfall of any of the teams.
Yeah.
Look at the Williams team.
Chris bowled very well. We bowled with Chris Keene today.
Yeah, Chris Keene bowled you today?
Yeah, he averaged probably about 230.
Great. Great to see Chris Keene in there, ladies and gentlemen. You'll be watching. Chris Keene, the Dick Weber Sportsmanship Award winner, a PBA Senior Tour member for 10 years, will be in the finals with Jerry Michalanic, our host for Royal Palm Realty yesterday's event. So Jerry making it today. And they got some really good bowlers coming in this position round game. Steve Medeiros bowling very well today with Heidi Williams. Well, I see Daniel Gacera's name in there. I think I did. Daniel Gacera today, of course. Bowling with, let's see who Gacera bowled with today. Just to make sure I get that right. I don't know who he bowled with. I lost the sheet. Let's take a look at the pot money and bracket money again and see what we got here. Bracket pots. There it is, payouts. There's the payout. James Oswald with $233 today. Kenny Buranes 205. Look at Lisa Ward cracking them for $151. Some good money there on the bracket side and payout side. There it is. A lot of money went out. A lot of money went in. And again, the standings again, that is official. Definitely going to be a three-team race. Randall Williams Schwartz, the Michalanic team would need 750. Not that it hasn't happened, but they're capable of it. But they need their biggest game of the day. Right now, the biggest game of the day was the Williams team at 742, and that is great, great bowling. Russ Bouchard, I don't know if I'm dapper, Russ. This is the only coat I own, and it's old. I won't wear my USBC Hall of Fame blazer because it's got cat hair all over it. Actually, I wish I had the cat hair and the blazer. I would glue the cat hair and wear the blazer. Anyways, let's just see what happens here. Got some very good bowlers bowling in this match here coming up. Steve Medeiros, Chris Keene, Jerry Michalanic, all good bowlers that could strike. The Donnie Schwartz team, the Daniel Gacera team, got some horses out there. So we'll see what goes on here in a moment. bear with us. There's Chris Keene right there giving the report. Chris Keene, an RVer when he travels the senior tour. A lot of people hanging out. All right, it looks like Grand Central. Well, I hope you get down here, Russ. We'd love to have you, brother. Weather's fantastic. House plays good on the left. A good shot here always. Regardless of when we put sport shots out or whatnot, left-handers play well here. Very fair house, I might add. Always seems like the lefties get their share, the righties don't feel the lefties got too much, and the lefties don't feel the righties got too much. At least in my 14 months, very, very fair look. It's one thing about a big concourse. You feel very comfortable about staying. It's not claustrophobic. There's plenty of room. And this house was designed by Raffi Carrion in the 80s, who owned Sarasota Lanes, Bradenton, Galaxy Lanes, Sarasota, Galaxy Lanes, Bradenton, and Galaxy Lanes, Venice. The 85 and 86 U.S. Open was held in Venice. That's about 70 miles north of us on US 41. And I was there for those two events. They were won by Marshall Holman and Steve Cook. And he built his houses like this. Wanted lots of room for tournaments. That was his goal. And this house went down the drain for about 15 years, and Robert Eddy came in and has remodeled it. And it's a cool looking place now, and only getting better. Lots of room, food's great. Got a wall going down there on 43 and 4. Floor to ceiling, scoring units coming out. 14 pool tables, cornhole darts, and a restaurant. Last 6 lanes of the house. Oh yeah, we'll go out to dinner, Russ, when you get here. For sure, there's going to be a list going out. I'm going to naturally have dinner with Petey and Johnny and Tommy Baker. Some of my dear friends from so long ago. Johnny Petraglia and I met in 1966, Pete and I in 1976, Amleto 1982, I believe, at the World Open. We'll all be here. Parker Bone in the late 80s. Walter Ray met in 1981, so a lot of friends going to be here. A lot of dinners, a lot of stories, and then they'll leave to go up to Clearwater and then over to the villages. Just great to be with all of you today here at Lightning Strikes. I'm having the lightning hit the top of my head. Maybe it'll grow some hair. Be kind of neat. And we're getting ready now for Mary to give us the tabulation. Again, this is official. We'll be getting ready for this position round game shortly. Gilbert, I will never grow hair where I want it or I don't want it. It's falling out everywhere, Gilbert. I tried Rogaine, super glue, nothing works. And again, quite a group. Everybody getting ready here for this last game. Mary getting her pairings ready now. It's a full house. It's crazy in here. Seems like they don't want to leave. And it looks like Mary's ready. Here she goes. It is a madhouse in here. Lots of people. No microphone. I think our mic system went down, so she's trying to call the roll call over there without a mic, which is not easy. There's a large crowd in here like it's Times Square, so very noisy. So Mary's trying to get everyone's attention. I guess our mic system went down, and there's just a lot of yelling and partying. Yeah, she's having a hard time getting everybody's attention. They're so used to her talking on the mic, so she's talking down there and no one's hearing her. I think now they realize what's going on. Again, a big field today of well over 100. And while she's going over those rules, I'll give you the thoughts on this match. Keep in mind, Schwartz and McEllannick are going to bowl each other. Those are two really good scratch teams. If you'll notice, 3403 and 3370 scratch. And then Williams, the most pins today knocked over. So the way it would work is simply this. Schwartz and McAllannick, one of those teams got to pop a 750 and hope that the Randall and Williams teams bowls a 550. Highly unlikely, especially the Williams team, 700, 701, 742, 712. I don't see 550 for that team under any circumstance. I do pick them to win, okay? But when you look at the handicap of the Randall team, they've bowled great today. They're a handicap team, one game under 600 with a 700. So I think the Williams team could possibly beat them by enough. But Schwartz and McAllannick, obviously, either team definitely capable of 750. They're going to need it. But I don't see any teams after teams 3 and 4 catching them. There's just too much in the middle there. Figure about 190 pins for the Barrenas team. They're basically a handicap team. Their high game 696. They got a 540, couple 590s. I don't see that team bowling 750. And that's it. It's practice time, and here we go. Live at Lightning.
Our team missed it by 2 pins.
Yes.
This month, last month we missed it by 1.
No. 2 and 1?
Last month.
Same team?
Same team. We came back to see if we can make it up by 1 pin, and we were short 2 this time.
No.
So the team that missed it by 2, that's us.
Wow.
Man, how cruel is that?
I'm sorry. That's
I averaged 240. Chris averaged 238,
and missed by.
and we could make it.
Oh my God. I was just talking to Richard Cheney and Chris Best. They missed by 2 pins this month and 1 last month. So let's look at the standings. 2 pins this month and 1 last month.
Last month, 1 pin.
Oh my God. That's a long ride home. Well, next month you'll win.
Hopefully.
I hope you do.
We're bowling next week in a sweeper too, so.
Oh, good. We'll see you for the weekend. You're bowling the tournament?
Yeah, I'm bowling a sweeper.
Good, good, good. We'll see you next weekend. All right, thank you. Okay. Richard Cheney, nice man. Throws it great. And here we go. Watch Chris Keane sawing on it. Chris Keane getting all the hand. And of course, this team right here. Wow, that lady throws the ball very well. Got a little flip on that thing. Watch Steve Medeiros right here. My dear friend Steve Medeiros. Drilled balls for him and his son Steve Jr., who is going to school to be a Navy doctor. Steve Jr., we called him the Stick. Drilled balls for Steve and his son when I had my pro shop in Cape Coral. And of course, Brandon Rucker right here, the son of longtime Southwest Florida legend Chuck Rucker. Rucker family, lots of boulders in it. And Brandon now, just look at that beautiful game. Brandon throwing the ball great. Won the State Boys Championship, high school boys, this past year. Works here, one of our pin chasers. Heidi Williams, the lefty. Heidi's got a very nice game. Strong, nice arm swing. Very accurate, throws the ball good. Watch Heidi. Atta girl, Heidi, right on it there. Oh yeah, she's good. She can play. Going to be interesting. And a young gentleman right there on 27 who had 300 earlier today. So it's action time. Watch Chris Keane, 60 years old, can definitely get a handful. Really deep. The Williams team right now with Medeiros just looks locked in. Heidi Williams throwing the ball very well. Left side does not change. She's the only lefty out there. Steve Medeiros playing farther right than all the righties. They got a nice roll on the ball, just rolling it up. He looks good. Again, I think 3 teams in the race. Obviously, the Schwartz team, Williams team, Randall team, that's it. But we'll see. You never know. About 2 bowlers start with 8 baggers that are 200 out. That could change that real quick. Again, we will be on the air Tuesday night and Wednesday night this week at 6:30 and Friday night. Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday night at 6:30. Saturday, 12:30, Sunday, 1:30. We got 5 live streams starting Tuesday night. 5 out of 7 nights. No, 5 out of 6. Tuesday, Wednesday, off Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Then Monday, the Moderna shot, and Tuesday and Wednesday on the couch. Even though I'm supposed to live stream, I hope it doesn't affect me. We will find out. If I'm not here, you'll know why. And here we go. Live now for the championship, 1 game in the 3rd Heinz 57 event. Remy Weinhardt right there. These 3 ladies all throw the ball very well. Good game, solid. Good rotation. And D is with us today, bowling on lane 27 with Kenny Buranis. Good Heidi getting that 7 out. Got some really good lady bowlers bowling today. Remy Weinhardt, and we're going to look at Ashley Schwartz, Jessica Herbat, all ladies, good players, avid bowlers. Watch Jessica's game right there. She throws the ball great. Bowling with her husband. Lisa Ward right there, the wife of PBA legend Ricky Ward. Chris Keene, the strike machine, looking really good. Getting ready for the senior events here in Florida. 4 tournaments here, Clearwater, Naples, and his regional at Lehigh. 4 PBA senior events from April 11th to April 24th. 2 weeks of serious bowling. The boys will be tired when they leave. Medeiros looking good. Watch the swing of Brandon Rucker, how close it is to his ankle. He's really improved. Beautiful swing, watch it. Right there, right by the ankle. Oh, I love that silver track ball. It's playing the lanes literally the same as Tyler Altman. And that ball comes off the spot like it hit a bumper. all the ladies bowling today, avid league players, tournament players, regulars, and very serious, I might add. They love their bowling. And whoops, Heidi got that out. Oh boy, Heidi did not want to do that. Got all that hold area and miss left. All she got to do is just rope it into the hold spot. So now a little chink in the armor there. Does not want to open early and get the other team loose. You know, you start missing early, they're going to jump on it. Oh, great shot for Heidi Williams. Excellent shot. Track Platinum, what a ball. I like the Track Platinum. And a washout right back, look at that. I think the whole key is right here. Steve Medeiros. He shoots 240, they're going to win. He gives them 230, 235 to 255, they win. He's bowled very well today. We got a break there and tripped the 4-pin. Now that's a bonus. Oh! Brandon Rucker breaking down the 4-9 with the head pin going to the wall, taking out the 4 and the 9. So again, a close match. That young lady there has got a great arm swing. You see that swing on her? Just perfect swing. Heidi Williams back with a strike, shaking her head. She knows she made a mistake on lane 25. She's got to go at the pocket, does not have to swing the ball, and that's what she did. She pitched it out, it never recovered. All she's got to do is go up the lane, right up 7-8. She will not miss the pocket. Again, a big shot right here. Let's watch Ashley Schwartz. Watch this game. Pull that one. Oh, got a break there, Ashley. Pierce, solid 8. Bad break there. And Remy starting with the triple right there, Remy Weinhardt. Watch Brandon Rucker, watch the beautiful swing. Oh, is that sweet. He looks so good. And look at those for 2 breaks. Breaks down to 4-9, gets a messenger. That's what it takes. That's solid 8 there for Pierce. Really a bad break. Check the scoring real quick. Keep in mind the Williams team they're bowling, basically scratch against each other. So one shot either way could cost a team the win. Not a lot of handicap difference between them. And Medeiros breaks down the 4-9. So a very close match. Let's watch Chris Keene right here now. Wow, solid 9, got it in just a little bit. All those revs, cuts the 5 right off the 9. This young lady right here on a strike. Heidi Williams has got to take advantage here now. She's got an opening. Go right up the lane with it. That's a good shot there, Heidi. Good shot, week 7. Okay. Now it's about the spares. Don't make a mistake. And there it is. There's a mistake. See that? Use resin at the spare. Ball hooked away. Heidi making the 7. This is a big shot for Brandon Rucker. Keep in mind, both anchormen have started with triples. The bowlers above them have all opened once. So, very close game. 2-8-10. Very common when you're swinging the heads, especially on 25 and 6. It is a tricky pair. And Medeiros now could have jumped all over him. And strangely enough, if Medeiros chops this or misses it, both teams literally tied. Medeiros with the spare, picked up his speed, good move. Now, Heidi Williams has struck on this lane twice. She likes the right lane. And in the pit again. Got the right lane wired. The only problem is she's only got 2 more shots on it. She's got to finish on the left lane. Although last time she did leave a weak 7. Both ladies striking in the 5th. Remy throwing the ball well. A little thing. I don't think she's 5 feet tall, but she throws a big ball. I'll tell you what. Good bowler. Nothing down here. I don't see any threats on either end where it looks like anybody's making a run. So I would have to say it's going to be these 2 teams right here. Deep Peloso bowling with Kenny Berain is very good friends. They bowl together all the time. One of our senior teams, avid bowlers. That's a second open for him, so that team's going to fall down by about 20 now. Maderas ripping the rack, so he's staying right in the hunt. They are ahead by about a mark. Again, this match is not over by any means. Either team could give it to the other one with one bad frame. Let's check out the Chris Keene team here with Michelanic. Nope, they're not putting any pressure on him. Solid 9. Oh, there's another bad break now. Well, again, that team there, the Randall team, 20 pins ahead. She's going to open again, so they're in trouble unless she makes it. Now Heidi Williams can pick up 22 pins on this ball. Keep in mind, her opponent just opened. She's on a strike, and that's big. It's the second shot in a row. She really threw good. You can see the frustration. Just left that weak 7 twice. Those are good shots. Ball breaking a little late. 4-pin laying in the flat gutter. Not enough revs. Doesn't want to do is miss this and give it back. Good shots on a 7-pin for her. It's actually bowled a pretty good game. Hit the pocket 5 out of 6 times. Missed it once, got an open. 5 out of 6 in the pocket, shooting 188. Her opponent shooting 171. Pierce can be up 20 pins here. So they would have about a 40-pin, about a 50-pin lead scratch right now if he marks. It's going to be about making the spares. Nobody's striking. And Brandon now with a strike. He's got to put some pressure on Maderas. Keep in mind, if he makes this spare, they're up about 50 pins scratch. And he gives it right back. Look at this, a second spare miss now. It is close with handicap because they are spotting wood. And Heidi Williams has got 26 wired. If she could get the 7-pin out at 25, problem is that's the lane she's got to finish on. And that's not good. Darius for a 4-pin. Right now, this is a very close match. One ball either way, one open either way. Let's check right here now. Good shot. All right, right back now. Maderas, the only bowler clean in this match, coming up on 26. He struck every time on this lane. First, third, and fifth frames. So he's perfect on this lane. To a pretty good shot on lane 6 last time for a 4-pin. That's the lane he's got to finish on. Great shot for Steve, 10 in the pit. Okay, so now we're opening up a pretty good lead. That's a big strike there to pick up 10. 335. They have a 32-pin lead. If Brandon strikes, it's a 32-pin lead.
It's their handicaps.
Yep.
Because they're not in the system, okay?
Yeah, I can see that.
This is a
I could never. Again, the handicaps are not in the system right now. It's very tough for me to add in the handicaps of everybody and the frames at the same time. Virtually impossible for me. We're going to have to wait for the end. I can tell you this much, though. Randall, and Rucker are getting spotted. .73 pins. So Randall, and Rucker are getting spotted 73 pins. Right now, that time she leaves a 10. Wow. They're getting spotted 73. They're down about 50. So this is close, and that makes it even closer. They're within a mark or two of each other. They're getting spotted 73 pins this game. .374 to .387. It's close. Big strike for Rucker. That gets them right back in the hunt, but they could pick up 20 here with two doubles, Pierce and Medeiros. Pierce 10 in the pit. That was a great shot for him. Oh, did he catch a break there? So, 427, 394, 33. They're about 40 pins down with Heidi Williams coming up here. Keep in mind, they're spotting 73 pins. They're 40 down going into the ninth frame. The Heidi Williams team, 40 pins down. She's bowled a great game with 2 half sevens and a rip 10, and she's got a finish on a lane she hasn't carried on. And her opponent struck, so still 40 pins down. This is key for Pierce. He can make it 30. It's close. Oh, solid 10. A great shot. Now his opponent could pick up 10 right here. They could be 40 ahead or 50 ahead. And that's 50 ahead. That was a big strike. Now Rucker, he gets a strike here. They are in great shape going into the 10th with 3 strikes working and a very good lead, about a 60-pin lead. Not over yet, but they have got a real good shot at it right here if Rucker strikes. And he gets the 10 out. And all of a sudden, they're right on him. Getting 73 pins. Madera striking. They're about 23 pins ahead right now. Heidi Williams could cut it to 13. She's down 23. She could cut it to 13 with this strike. I don't believe it. What a game she just bowled. She hit the pocket 9 out of 10 times without a double. And look at this. Now it's 12. If she doesn't, she cannot miss the 7. It's 12 pins or 11 if she can make the 7. It's an 11-pin deficit for her team. She makes it. A great shot in the 10th that could have put her ahead with a double. The team ahead with a double. It's going to be 188 with one open. She didn't lose a pin in count. She was 28 in the second frame, ended it but 188 if she strikes. That is a great game, folks. Hit the pocket every ball but the second frame, never got a double, shot 188 with an open. And naturally it goes on to Phil Ball. Who didn't know that, right? 188 with one open, did not lose one pin in count to 141, but there's 73 pins being given. And uh-oh. Now it could be a lot of trouble. If he opens and this gentleman strikes, they're about even. They're even within a pin or two. And he strikes, so now this fella's thumbless, throwing a baby split. He's going to use his resin ball, is he? Oh my God, this could go anywhere. Unless he puts his thumb in and throws a rope at it. No, he's thumbless going at it. No. And now, look at this. 2 opens in the 10th. If he doubles here, they're ahead. He strikes here, they have caught him. Brendan Rucker can strike to put his team back ahead. Okay, right now they're less than a mark. Brendan Rucker really needs to strike here to put pressure on Medeiros. Great shot for Rucker. Key is now make the spare, Brandon. Don't miss. Put the pressure on Medeiros to make a good shot. See, the handicaps are not in the scoring. There is a 73-pin difference. And right now, if I were Medeiros, I'd let him bowl. Don't bowl yet, Steve. I would not do this. Bad move there. I'd make him throw the first ball. Because if he gets 5, you don't need a strike. I believe they've got enough. Look at this. Oh my God. Oh my God, what did he do? What did he just do, folks? I cannot believe he did that. That might have cost him the tournament. We'll find out in a moment. Rucker does get the strike. Their total is, I think Medeiros needed a mark to win, but let's just see what happens here. .537 and 73 is 610. 610. I think they won on that open. I think that open frame cost the Medeiros-Williams team the win. But there's one other thing I want to look at here, and I'll know in 1 second, just bear with me. Schwartz team, no, that's not the Schwartz team. McAlanic. I believe that Medeiros needed a mark to win. I believe he needed a mark. I think they know it. Again, it isn't over till it's over. But I believe Steve Medeiros needed a mark to win that game. Now let's look at the Chris Keene team here and just double check one thing. And how many pins was the Chris Keene team down? 140. Yep. Medeiros needed a mark to win. He has got to be sick. It looks like the, again, until it's official, the Randall team did win. Let's just wait and see. And that's going to be a long ride home. Heidi Williams bowled about one of the best 188s I've seen in a long time. Strike washout, never missed a pocket from the 3rd to the 10th, never caught a double. 188 with one open, didn't lose a pin count. It was 28 in the second, ended up with 188 in the 10th. Filled every frame with 20. Medeiros needing a mark, eased up. That's why I wanted him to wait, do the score, and then decide what to do. The last thing you do is if you know you could hit the nose and get 6, you move a little left here, pipe it at the head pin, or swing it to the track, but don't ease up, knowing if you do, you could leave a big tonk, which he did. And I believe we'll just see what happens. Let's get the scores done here. I could be wrong. I think I'm right. Scores will be coming right in. Shannon Randall, Kurt Randall, Brandon Rucker, I believe, are our winners.
do it at the same time. Okay,
And there it is. By 72 pins. It looks like Medeiros, the open to go 220 would have been 258. Still would have won it. But there was bonus pins in there that he lost, 30 pins. It could have been on that one ball. Let's see. It was close. Might have been the last ball. Might not have. But there it is. It looks like, I just want to check something out here. If Medeiros went 258 is 38, 68, 68. Oh yeah, that cost him. That cost him the win. That open frame, his opponent got 30. He gets the 30, which is 60, and 38 is 98. It was literally a 100-pin shot. Unbelievable. One ball. All right. Mary Berner's going to be making our presentations. Here we go. No microphone. Good luck getting their attention. Got another great tournament here at Lightning Strikes. How are you? Another great tournament. Mary Berner now handing out the money. Big money today. Check out the prize fund here. Not counting brackets and pots. $750 to the winners. Great payout. Excellent, excellent payout. See, it was 30 pins of bowlers, so if you look at Randall, and Rucker, it swings the other way. They get 30 to go 45, 69. Oh, yeah. Unbelievable. That was one shot. Poor Steve. And that's the sixth place team right there. What is that with Rucker? Or Gacera? Seventh place team. Getting a picture taken with Mary. Again, we want to thank all of you for being with us as usual. A little noisy in here. You know, everybody having fun, and that's okay. Look at the twin brothers now. Look at these two. Think these guys are brothers? What do you think? I do. That's beautiful. Look at those beauties. That is funny. I love it. Two guys about 6'2" and a lady about Kenny Fraley and Rich Fraley. I think they're twins. I mean, they look so much alike. And having a great time bowling with Remy. They're about 6'6" and she's about 5'0". Anyways, very close match. We like them close. We feel bad, naturally, when somebody errors like that in the 10th. I wish you would have waited. Just got up there and just didn't think that, if you need a mark, you don't want to baby it. You want to maybe tighten it up a little, throw a little harder, make sure it doesn't come off that oil too hard to go through the nose. And 38 pin open, 30 pins to him is 68, minus 20 to the other person. They would have won it. One ball. That's okay. Great performance. They got nothing to be ashamed of. It only cost them, believe it or not, about $120. So they really didn't get too hurt with the open at about 40 a person. Not too bad. They're smiling. They're happy. That's what counts. And now the winners. Randall, and Rucker. There they are. Champions. As you can see, $750 now. $250 of that will go into Brandon's smart account. So he'll have a little more money for the college education. Shannon and Kurt, $250 apiece. Roll very well today. See Mr. Fraley counting the money, making sure he got paid right.
Did you have this to reference?
Yes, I did. I got it.
Do you need it now?
No, I'm good. But thank you. Yeah, I'm good. Thank you. Again, exciting as usual here at Lightning. And we will be here Tuesday night with all of you. Oh, Brandon went adult? I did not know that. Terry, he went adult. No college? Wow. That one shocked me. I had no idea. Very interesting. Brandon Rucker taking the money. Well, that's allowed too. Anyways, quite a crowd in here. Everybody having a good time and getting ready, obviously, for next weekend's action. Again, we want all of you to join us. Keep in mind, big action starting Friday night, the 4-game sweeper, dual patterns. Saturday, $5,000 for first in the Eddie Foods Open. 6 games of qualifying, cut to the top 16. Big week coming up. We want to thank all of you for being with us again. As usual, we will see you Tuesday and Wednesday at 6:30, and then Friday at 6:30. Tuesday, Wednesday, Friday at 6:30, Saturday 12:30, Monday 1:30. Thank you all for being with us this weekend. Another great weekend here. Stay safe, drive safe. As usual, I want to wish all of you a lot of good luck and good bowling. See you during the week. Thank you so much. Here's our winners. Look at Remy and these two giants. How's that possible? She's actually standing up, folks. Check that out. They got a bunch of money. They're all happy. Now he's going to give her some money. She gets the short award. There it is. Okay. That is funny. Look at the size of these two and her. They got to be twins. I know their hair's the same. There they are, the Fraley brothers. That's just great. They're happy. Good crowd, everybody happy. And again, we'll see you all Tuesday night. Thank you so much for joining us. We want to thank all of you. And again, we want to wish all of you a lot of good luck and good bowling. See you Tuesday.
See over into the